A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you, transcribed Monday through Friday by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
What are you going to do today, darling?
Well, I was going downtown with Mama to get some of my linens monogrammed. Why?
No special reason. Just wanted to keep tabs on you.
We'll be in your neighborhood. Say, Mama's never seen your office. How would it be if we stopped in and said hello?
Sure. Make it about 5. I'll go home with you.
It's wonderful you'll be finished so early. Oh, darling, I'm so happy about everything.
So am I.
Oh, here's the mail under the door. Wait a minute. Not that there's anything too interesting, but you always feel there might be. David, here's something from the Motor Vehicle Bureau.
Uh-oh.
Darling, it's my driver's license. David, don't sit there like a dummy. Say something.
I wish I was dead.
A minute ago, you were gurgling all over the place and how glad you are.
That was before you got your driver's license.
I don't think that's at all funny.
Neither do I. I never felt less funny in my life.
I bet all the time you were hoping I wouldn't get it.
Darling, I wasn't hoping. I was praying.
You still think I can't drive?
I know you can't drive.
Then how'd I pass my test?
Because first you hypnotized the poor cop who took you out. And then you scared him to death, and then you talked his ear off. And he let you pass to get rid of you.
That is unjust and unfair, David. I thought you'd be proud of me.
Oh, I am, darling. So proud of you that I'd like to take that license right now, frame it in gold, and hang it on the wall.
So I couldn't use it.
Exactly, so you couldn't use it.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
I am, but Claudia, promise me.
Oh, promise me that someday you and
Claudia, what's the idea of leaving your car in front of my door?
I'm not leaving it.
I thought we were going downtown.
We are to David's office. You haven't seen his office, remember?
Yes, but why isn't the car in the garage?
Because we're going to use it.
You mean we're going to go downtown in it?
Yes. Go on, get in the front seat. Don't waste time.
Just a minute, please. Who's going to drive?
Do you know how to drive, Mrs. Brown?
I do not, and neither do you.
That's what you think. If anybody should happen to ask you, I got my driver's license this morning.
Oh.
And if the government has faith in me, I should think my own mother would.
The government does strange things these days. Claudia, let's take a bus.
Nope.
I'll treat you to a taxi.
Nope.
Well, all right, then let's get going. I was always one to try anything once.
Why don't you sit next to me in the front?
I might be happier in the back.
The back's not so comfortable in a convertible.
I don't expect comfort this trip.
Now, hush up. Don't distract. Now, let's see. The key. Starter. Clutch. The gas. Well, we're off. Not so bad, am I?
Anything I might say now would be premature. Why don't we go in a straight line?
We are! Motor runs well, don't you think?
Does it always make so much noise?
Oh, I forgot to shift out of first gear. So busy with other things, sometimes I forget.
I should think that the general impression of a boiler factory would be sufficient reminder. Now, Claudia, look out!
These women drivers. Did you see the way she cut right out in front of me?
Isn't the pot calling the kettle black? What's that funny smell? Like an old overshoe burning.
It almost smells like somebody's brakes are burning.
Couldn't be yours by any chance.
Oh, no, that's one of the first things you do when you start a car. You take off the brakes. You just take... Wait a minute. There. Anybody could forget to take off the brakes. You're safe anyway with the brakes on.
Claudia, I don't think we'll make it.
What do you mean, make it? We will stop in front of David's office or die in the attempt.
That's what I meant. happened?
Don't be so nervous. Not a thing.
I all but knocked my front teeth out.
Would you have preferred to have me run into that taxi cab or stop quickly?
From the look of that man coming toward us, I suspect that you did both.
Pardon me, lady. Did you see that red light?
Naturally.
Well, I stopped for red lights. You should, too.
I stopped.
Yeah, with me running interference for you. Listen, lady, I've been trying to get away from you for 3 whole blocks.
Trying to get away from me?
Yeah. Amateurs and lady drivers and me don't mix. I go fast, you go fast. I slow up, you slow up. I stop, and you stop on top of me.
I think you're very impertinent.
Look, lady, you can smash up my fenders, but you can't hurt me with names. Call me anything, but don't run into me, see?
I didn't run into you. You backed into me.
Claudia, that is using her imagination. I'm awfully sorry about what happened, sir.
Oh, that's all right, lady. Just let her and me reach an agreement.
What kind of an agreement?
Are you going down Madison Avenue?
Yes, I am.
Are you driving to someplace on Madison Avenue?
Yes, my husband's office is on Madison Avenue.
That's great. Your husband's office is on Madison Avenue, so I guess it's safe to say you're going to stay on Madison Avenue until you get there.
Yes, but what possible difference does that make to you?
I'm coming to that. Now, here's the way I got it figured out, lady. For the rest of this afternoon, Madison Avenue is all yours, see? It's your own private boulevard as far as I'm concerned. I'm going to pull over to the curb and let you go ahead. And when you're out of sight, I'm going to leave Madison Avenue and make a beeline to Fifth Avenue,
see? Well, here's David's office. You're all in one piece. Any complaints?
Personally, I'd rather have my neck broken than be frightened to death. It'd be quicker and less mental anguish. Where do we park?
Really, there doesn't seem to be an inch of room anywhere. Honestly, isn't that the worst management? You know, every building ought to have a place to park in front of it. There's just no excuse at all. Oh, good, there's someone pulling out. Isn't that a piece of luck, though?
I'll let you know later. Looks to me like an awfully small place to get into.
If that car did it, I can do it.
Are you sure?
It's simple. I've watched David dozens of times. Just pull ahead a little and put the car in reverse and turn the wheel like this and...
Claudia, be careful.
I was very careful. I just turned the wheel a little too much. I'll go ahead and do it again. This. See?
I see. You said you could do it again, and you did. Claudia, hadn't you better drive around the block and find a larger place to park in? Really, I've got palpitations.
I'm sorry about your palpitation, Mama, but I'm going to park here. Why, you yourself just saw a car come out of that space. I will not be bullied into giving up. I'll just pull ahead again. That's funny. It's almost as if something were holding us.
Hey, lady, you're hooked on the bumper, the car behind you.
Oh, such a business. What's the car behind me doing there anyway?
He's got a right, lady. It's a free country. Look, when I should help you, I'll stand on one of the bumpers and you pull ahead, and then you can go where you're going, huh?
But this is where I'm going.
Oh, you want to park? When you say so. Well, go ahead a couple of feet, then I'll back your car in for you.
Thank you. I can manage all
Let
right.
him do it, Claudia, please. Would you, sir?
Sure thing. Okay, lady. We got the bumpers loose. Slide over. Look, you pull the wheel way over and then swing it back again, huh? See, it ain't so hard.
Thank you.
Don't mention it.
What a beautiful soul that taxi man has.
Beautiful soul, nothing. There seems to be a conspiracy to humiliate women drivers. I think a man was perfect. Never made a mistake. Never made a mistake.
They give a good imitation of it when it comes to handling a car.
Don't be fresh. Come on, hurry up, Mama. Slide out and back again into the front seat. Come on.
I thought we were going up to David's office.
I am, but you can't.
Why not?
It says no parking between 9 and 5, so you have to sit behind the wheel.
I don't get it.
Mama, you are slow-witted.
Thank heaven for that.
If the driver's sitting behind the wheel, it's waiting, not parking.
That's a subtle distinction, but I don't happen to be the driver. I don't drive.
How would anyone know? You look quite intelligent.
Thank you.
So just sit quietly and don't push buttons or step on any pedals now. And if anybody says anything to you, just say, it's all right.
What's all right?
Everything. Bye. Be back soon.
hello, darling. Just on time for a change.
Hello. Oh, good, you're all ready to leave.
Yeah, I thought Mother would be with you.
She's downstairs.
Why? Have her come up.
She can't. She's waiting. David, come on, hurry up.
Well, what's the rush? Why isn't Mother seeing the office?
Oh, she'll see it another day. She's waiting in the car.
What car?
Our car. Come on.
Hold on a minute. What's our car doing downstairs?
Well, what do you think? Hurry, we can catch the elevator before it goes down.
Claudia, I don't believe it.
What?
That you had the all-fired nerve to drive down here by yourself in all this traffic.
I had Mama with me.
Of all the... How many tickets did you get on the way?
I had no trouble with policemen whatsoever. They didn't even come over and speak to me at the stoplight.
Well, how many fenders did you scrape?
Not one.
I'll believe it when I see the car. Where is it?
Parked.
Where?
In front of the door.
In front of the door.
I told you before.
It's taking a little time for it to sink in. Claudia, there is no parking on the street. Do you realize that?
Yes, and it's a silly law. What do they expect you to do with your car? Fold it up and put it in your pocket?
Now, never mind what they expect. This means a ticket for sure. Now, come on, let's get it out of there fast.
David, stop that racing. We won't get a ticket because I left Mama behind the wheel. Oh, these revolving doors. See, now, there's the car right over there. Right
Over where? Where? I don't see a convertible in sight.
Oh, don't be silly. I left it right in front of the building.
Right in front of what building?
Right in front of this building. Right over there where it isn't.
Now, listen, darling. Let's stop joking. Where did you leave it?
Right where I'm pointing to.
That is not a black convertible you're pointing to. That is a gray coupe with a man sitting in it who does not answer to the name of Mama.
I know it.
Now, try to remember, darling. If you parked the car in front of some building, but not this one, how far did you walk and in what direction after you left it?
I just crossed straight across the sidewalk.
All right. Now, let's understand each other. Your mother can't drive a car, so she didn't drive off in it.
Do you think she could have pushed it, David?
She's not that good.
Could she have been kidnapped?
There is no crime wave on kidnapping a middle-aged lady in a black convertible. So obviously, Mother is sitting in the car right where you left her. Now, think back. Where did you park it?
You are talking to me as if I were a moron. And, David, this is serious.
Of course it's serious. You've gone and lost the car.
Never mind the car. I've lost Mama.
Well, Mama can talk and find her way home when it begins to get dark. The car can't.
But if the worst comes to the worst, we could always get another car.
That's what you think. Hey, wait a minute. A taxi driver's calling over to us.
Are you the little lady got a bumpers caught?
So you got your bumpers caught.
Oh, why, sure. You're the little lady belongs to the convertible. I backed in here a little while ago.
I suppose
Now,
so.
there's no suppose about it. Either you are or you aren't.
I am.
And this kind gentleman backed the car for you?
Don't mention it. It was a pleasure.
We're looking for my mother. Have you seen her anything?
Oh, yeah, I seen her. She was in the car.
But the car's gone.
Well, sure it is. The cop comes along and tells her she's got to move on and she'll get a ticket. She was in a fix there for a minute, so I parked it around the next block for her. I hope you don't mind. Wasn't anything else I could do, because she didn't know how to drive it, lady, any more than you did.
All story material used on this broadcast of Claudia was under the supervision of Rose Franken and William Brown Maloney. Did you ever notice how that youngster of yours is plenty willing, even anxious, to go to the store when you ask him to bring home a supply of Coca-Cola? Maybe in the back of his mind there lurks the pleasant idea of stopping at the familiar red cooler for a little refreshment. Well, it's always a mighty nice idea for anybody to enjoy the pause that refreshes with ice-cold Coca-Cola. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you, transcribed, with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now, this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes. This is Ken Roberts inviting you to listen to another adventure of Casey, crime photographer. Ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, the suicide. The auditorium of the Metropolitan Theater. Its seats sparsely occupied with bored and restless playgoers who have been witnessing the opening of a new drama by an unknown dramatist.
Casey, give him a little hand.
I'm not that much of a hypocrite, Annie. Of all the lousy shows I've sat through in my life, this takes the cake.
It's about the worst I've ever seen.
Well, it's finally over. Let's get out.
Yeah. Well, at least we came in on passes. A lot of these poor people paid for their seats.
Wish I had, then we could have walked out.
As a guest of the producer, you were sunk.
I don't care anything about the producer. Carl Ashby, who authored this mess, is a nice guy when he sticks to the real estate business and doesn't try to write plays.
The blonde who played the lead is his wife?
Yeah, it's his wife, Nedra Millard.
Was she terrible?
She can't act, but you got to admit she's got a face and figure that are something.
She's good looking, all right.
Uh-oh, there's Lee Gorman standing in the lobby, and he spotted me.
Oh, is he the producer who sent you the ticket?
Yeah, tall, curly-headed guy there.
Hello, Casey. I see you stayed for the finish.
Yes, Lee. Miss Williams, Mr. Gorman.
How do you do?
Miss Williams? Well, there's no use asking how you liked the play, of course.
Well, I don't think you could be kidded, fella.
No, it's a complete flop. One of those big mistakes we all make at one time or another.
Closing it up?
The insanity to keep it on. Carl feels pretty bad about the whole thing. The author, Miss Williams, Carl Ashby. This was his first play.
And so Casey told me.
Whatever made him think he could write a play, Lee? He doesn't know anything about the theater. He's a businessman.
Well, they say everyone in the world has more or less secret ambition to write a play. And he's married to an actress, you know, our leading lady. Never needed a starring vehicle.
Yeah, but how could she have been fooled?
Well, how was I fooled? I've been in show business longer than Nedra has. Now, believe it or not, Casey, we thought the thing read well and it looked good in rehearsal. Now, I know we were only kidding ourselves. Well, I must be getting backstage with the bad news of our closing. Nice meeting, Miss Williams.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gorman.
See you later, Casey.
So long, Lee. Better luck next time.
Well, I hope so.
Come on, let's get out of this theater, Annie.
Yeah.
Boy, I can't figure it.
What?
This flopperoo. Lee Gorman's a smart showman. Oh, well, he's never had any big smash hits, you know, but he knows the theater. He must have known this play didn't have a chance.
Well, as he said, everybody makes mistakes.
It was too big a mistake for him to make. There's another funny thing, too. Lee Gorman's the kind of a guy some gals fall for pretty hard.
I had a gorgeous surprise when I met him. He's a beautiful hunk of man. But what's funny?
Well, before Nedra married Ashby, quite suddenly, about a year ago, the gossip was that she was crazy about Gorman.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's funny, he and Nedra and Ashby are together in this thing.
Yeah, it is. Well, you've made me curious.
I made myself the same way. Huh. So Gorman to you is a beautiful hunk of man.
Why,
huh?
Mr. Casey, can you be curious about my motivations, too?
Oh, Casey. Good evening, Miss Williams.
Evening, Ethelbert.
Hi, pal.
Say, I didn't see you two last night. Where was you?
We went to the theater.
Yeah? What'd you see?
The turkey starring Nedra Millard, produced by a beautiful hunk of man, Lee Gorman.
Beautiful hunk of...
Well, Mr. Gorman must be seen to be appreciated, Ethelbert.
I ain't ever seen him. But I know the author of that play you saw. Mr. Ashby comes in here every so often, and he's a nice little guy. I felt terribly sorry for him when I read all the mean things the critics wrote in their reviews this morning.
Well, he'll get over the panic he got. A guy with his dough doesn't have to worry because he isn't a second Eugene O'Neill.
What was the play about? The critics used up so many words making fun of it, they didn't have room to say...
Well, it was mostly concerned with a suicide, Ethelbert.
Suicide?
Mm-hmm. One of those heavily tragic domestic dramas.
Yeah, with the corniest dialogue I've ever listened to.
Why should a cheerful, pleasant little guy like Mr. Ashby write about suicide?
What I'd like to know is why he should write...
Tell me after I answer this phone, Casey. Blue Note Cafe, Ethelbert speaking. Just a minute. Your city desk, Casey.
Okay. Hello, Burke. Delhi Towers? Yeah, I know. It's a swanky apartment building on East Parkway. What do we cover there? What? Oh, we're on our way, Burke.
What is it, Casey?
Carl Ashby didn't only write a bad play about suicide. He's just jumped from a window 20 stories up.
Yeah, it was a suicide, Casey. Open and shut. Ashby was alone here in his apartment. He wrote a note saying he was going to do a hara-kiri, and then he walked to that window and stepped out on the air.
He wrote a suicide note, Logan?
Yeah, addressed to his wife.
What did it say, Captain Logan?
I'll let you and Casey see it in a minute, Miss Williams. One of my tech men has it out in the kitchen right now. He has his micrographic camera set up there and is taking the usual fingerprints and vital evidence shots.
Carl Ashby's one of the last guys in the world I'd figure as a suicide. He'd got everything to live for, lots of dough, this swell home, good-looking wife.
He took an awful licking last night, Casey, that play he wrote.
Yeah, that play.
It was razzed by every paper in town this morning, yours included. He was a sensitive guy. It hurt.
I can understand that.
Yeah, so could I, Ann, if I didn't have a hunch about that play.
A hunch?
Yeah, its setup was all wrong.
What do you mean?
Where's Nedra Millard, Ashby's wife?
In her bedroom, down that hall, crying her eyes out. Yeah, it was nice to watch a pretty woman cry, Casey.
Thought you said Ashby was alone in this apartment when
He was when he jumped. Mrs. Ashby was down in the lobby talking to the night porter when his body hit the sidewalk.
Talking to the night porter?
Yeah, about a job she wanted him to do. Look, the doorman was there also, and 2 elevator boys. If you think maybe she pushed her husband out that window, she has a perfect alibi.
This is a big apartment. Don't the Ashbys keep servants?
Yeah, maid, cook, and butler. They were all sent to the movies tonight because Ashby wanted to be alone.
Well, Mrs. Ashby actually sent them out, I imagine.
Naturally. The woman of the house usually attends to such matters. Oh, come on in, Sergeant Dressler.
Here's that suicide note, Captain. We've given it the full treatment. We're finished with it now.
Thanks, Sergeant. This is the note Ashby left, Casey.
I want to see that, too.
Yeah, so do I.
Here.
There's a piece torn off the top.
Well, Ashby must have torn it or used a sheet of paper already torn. The note's just as I found it, and I came into this room ahead of everyone else. Read it.
My beloved wife, when life becomes a mockery, one can only long for the sweet repose of death. I am a failure.
That poor guy means that play he wrote.
I have failed not only myself, I have failed you, whom I love with all my heart.
He figured he'd done Mrs. Ashby a dirty trick because as the play star, she came in for some of the panning he got.
That's one way of translating the statement. He goes on. The shame, the bitter agony of shame I suffer. Oh, brother.
Yeah, it's a terribly corny letter, Casey.
Yeah, terribly corny is right, Ann.
You finished?
Yeah, the note's unsigned.
Well, I told you we verified Ashby's handwriting.
Yeah, but he didn't sign it. There's no name at the bottom. It just ends. You said it was addressed to Mrs. Ashby, Logan.
It starts off with my dear wife.
Yeah, but not my dear Nedra. The top of the page is torn off.
And what does that mean to you, wise guy?
Nothing yet. But it's put a punch behind my hunch. I think it's a lead on how they add up.
So you're going to do some arithmetic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, $5 says you'll get nothing out of it but mental exercise, which won't do you any harm. This case is open and shut.
Captain.
Mrs. Ashby.
I have my nerves under control now. You were most considerate and kind in letting me go to my room. I had to be alone for a while. Now, if you want to question me some more...
I'm sure you've already told me all you can, but sit down, Mrs. Ashby.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Casey.
Hello, Nedra. You haven't met Miss Williams. Nedra Millard, Mrs. Carl Ashby. Miss Williams is a reporter on my paper.
How do you do, Miss Williams?
How do you do, Mrs. Ashby? We're sorry to be here under these conditions. You have our deepest sympathy.
Thank you. You knew poor Carl rather well, Mr. Casey.
Yes, and I liked him. Captain Logan tells us you were downstairs when he fell.
Yes, in the lobby. We heard someone scream outside, then an awful, dull thud. Carl was lying on the sidewalk.
Well,
Try not to think of it, Mrs. Ashby.
You'd left Carl alone up here how long before it happened?
I don't know. 5 minutes, maybe 10.
When you left him, you had no inkling.
Oh, of course not. I knew he was greatly depressed about the play, but I never dreamed.
Well, then, take it easy, Mrs. Ashby.
You thought Carl's play had a chance of success, Nedra?
Oh, I wouldn't have encouraged him to write it. I wouldn't have acted in it if I hadn't.
You only realized your mistake last night.
Yes. All of us make mistakes, don't we? Big ones.
Yeah. Big ones. Well, Miss Williams and I have to get back to the paper with our stuff. So long, Nedra. Oh, and Logan, I'm taking your $5 bet.
So you did your arithmetic last night, Casey.
That's right, Logan. You want to hear my totals?
I'm listening.
Okay, here they are. Nedra Millard married Carl Ashby for his dough. But Lee Gorman remained her white-haired boy. She and Gorman planned a nice, safe way to get rid of Ashby and to get his money for themselves. You know, their old perfect crime.
I've heard of the perfect crime.
Yeah, well, you almost swallowed this one.
Tell me more.
Well, Ashby, like millions of other people, wanted to write a play. Have you ever thought of writing a play, pal?
Well, I've never had the time.
Well, Ashby had the time. Never had the time. Well, Ashby had the time, so he wrote his play, guided by his wife and Gorman.
Guided?
Sure, they knew the theater. He'd naturally take their professional advice because he was an amateur. Now, this play dealt with a suicide. That suicide note you found after he dropped 20 stories was written for his play.
What psychic power tells you that?
The torn off top of the note tells me that. Have you ever read a play in manuscript form?
No.
Well, the name of the character who is to speak is written either above the speech he's to make or at the upper left-hand side of the speech. Now, in this case, I'm sure it was written above. That's why the top of the page was torn off, to get rid of the play character's name.
You think?
Yes. Now, what's more, the whole text of that note was in keeping with a corny dialogue Ashby wrote for his play. It was stilted, unnatural, it wasn't real.
You saw the play with the lines of that note in it?
Of course not. Gorman and Nedra aren't dumb. Sometime before the play went into rehearsal, I think one of them got Ashby to write the page you found in his own handwriting as part of a suggested script change. Of course, naturally, the change was never made, but the page was carefully preserved.
And whoever got the page from Ashby after he wrote what was wanted took care that only the writer's fingerprints appeared on it.
Sure. And Gorman produced the play, knowing it would make a laughingstock of its author. The ridicule, certain to be heaped on poor Ashby, was to provide an apparent motive for his suicide.
And how, do you think, was Ashby actually killed?
Lee Gorman did the job. Gorman let himself into the apartment with a key given him by Nedra, pushed Ashby, who was a much smaller guy than himself, out the window, planted that suicide note for you to find, and took the freight elevator down the back while everyone was out front gawking at the body on the sidewalk.
You have a very nice theory, Casey.
Well, I'm sure it's more than a theory. It's a fact.
Now, how are you going to prove that?
Well, listen, now, don't you cops want to do anything for the dough we taxpayers shell out to you? Go on, you get the proof, pal.
Suppose I already have pretty good proof that your theory is all wet.
Huh?
$250,000 is a lot of money, isn't it?
What are you getting at?
I had a talk with Ashby's lawyer this morning while you were still wrestling with your arithmetic. He told me that Ashby took out a $250,000 life insurance policy in his wife's favor less than a year ago.
Less than a year ago?
And like almost every other life insurance policy, it automatically becomes void if the holder commits suicide within 12 months of its date of issue.
Oh. Yeah. Then, as things stand now, Nedra loses $250,000.
That's right, Sherlock. Do you still think she helped arrange a murder that'd look like a suicide?
No.
And Gorman wouldn't either. Not with that much jack involved.
Well, maybe Ashby's leaving her so much dough they can afford to skip that policy.
She'll get a nice piece of change, but Ashby's lawyer says he wasn't as rich a guy as people thought.
Did Nedra know about that policy?
Well, Ashby's lawyer says she knew about it.
Yeah, well, who's the lawyer?
Ben Cartwright. Is his word good enough for you?
Cartwright tells you anything, it's so. Well, did he say that she knew about the suicide provision?
No, but everybody knows about those suicide clauses.
Well, not everybody, Logan. Not everybody. Gorman's a bachelor. He's never had any reason to take out life insurance. And sharpshooting gals sometimes miss their target through overconfidence. Everybody does make mistakes, Logan. I'm paying a call on Ben Cartwright.
Why?
I'm still convinced that my theory about Ashby's suicide is right. And I'm going to try to prove it by the thing you think disproves it. That insurance policy.
The theory you've just given me of the possible manner of my client's death is very disturbing, Mr. Casey.
Mr. Cartwright, I'm laying all my cards on the table because I need your help. To your knowledge, did Mrs. Ashby know about the suicide clause in that $250,000 policy?
To my knowledge, no. I never discussed it with her.
Do you think her husband ever discussed it with her?
I doubt it. When I took out life insurance, I didn't tell my wife. Healthy-minded men pay little attention to that suicide clause, and I always regarded Carl Ashby as a healthy-minded man.
Well, so did I. I didn't know him as well as you did.
Carl Ashby was my friend as well as my client, Mr. Casey. How can I help you?
You handled all of his affairs?
Yes.
Mrs. Ashby knows that, of course.
She must know it.
Well, Captain Logan quoted you as saying that Ashby wasn't as rich as people thought, but his widow stands to collect a nice piece of change.
A very nice piece of change. It would be unethical of me to tell you the extent of his estate, but it's large.
Now, Mr. Cartwright, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know how your legal ethics will tie up with what I'm going to ask you to do. But where murder is concerned, I think everybody's ethics can be stretched a little. And Carl Ashby was your friend.
Go on.
Well, I'd like you to call on Mrs. Ashby today and talk to her about that insurance policy and form your own idea as to whether she knew about the suicide clause. Now, if you decide she didn't know about it, give her to understand that her husband left her less than say, $10,000.
But this is ridiculous, Mr. Cartwright. Carl was worth over $500,000. He told me so.
Financial reverses can be more easily concealed from a man's wife than from his attorney, Mrs. Ashby.
Only $10,000.
Of course, had he died by any other means than suicide, you'd receive an additional $250,000.
Yes, $250,000.
Well, I must be leaving now, Mrs. Ashby. Goodbye. Goodbye.
What? Oh, yes. Goodbye, Mr. Cartwright.
She seemed to be thinking very deeply when I left her, Mr. Casey.
You did a swell job, Mr. Cartwright. Nedra Ashby is going to be watched very closely from now on. And so is Lee Gorman.
Hello?
Lee, this is Nedra.
Oh, how are you, darling?
I've been trying to get you for the last hour.
Well, I just came home.
Lee, I've got to see you tonight.
Oh, yes? Well, what about?
I can't tell you over the telephone. I'll come to your apartment.
What time?
9 o'clock.
Okay.
And be alone.
Well, you're here right on the nose, Nedra, my sweet.
Close that door, Lee.
Oh, sure, darling. Now, let me take your wrap.
No, I'll keep it on.
Say, you're upset about something. Hey, the cops haven't...
No, the police haven't bothered me. Your scheme has worked out swell, Lee. Carl is considered a suicide.
Well, I told you he would be.
But you didn't tell me that the $250,000 life insurance policy he took out for me is no good if he kills himself.
Why, what do you mean?
I won't get a dime of that $250,000 because Carl supposedly took his own life.
Well, I don't get it.
No, because you don't know anything about insurance policies. And I didn't. But I've learned about them today from Carl's lawyer.
And he told you
The main thing he told me was that I'll get only $10,000 from Carl's estate.
Only?
Yes. My rich husband was practically broke. That insurance policy was the biggest thing he had to leave me. And I'm going to get that $250,000.
You can't get it if the company won't pay.
They'll pay on every form of death but suicide. They'll pay on proof that Carl was murdered. And they're going to get that proof.
Are you crazy? We killed Carl, you and I.
No, Lee. You killed him. Just you alone.
I don't think I heard you correctly, my dear. You planned and executed some of the principal details of the scheme. You even made it possible for me to get into the apartment that night.
And while I made it possible for you to use the freight elevator without danger of detection, I was establishing a perfect alibi for myself.
You mean that
This gun will tell you what I mean.
Oh. Well, what do you want me to do?
Sit down at that desk.
Oh. And then?
Then you'll write a confession that you and you alone killed my husband.
No.
Sit down and write.
No, you can't get away with this. If I wrote such a confession, do you think I'd stick to it after it was written? If you're fool enough to try and pin this murder on me, I'll tell everything that happened, and you'll go to the chair with me.
I'm not a fool, Lee. Write that note.
I get your plan now. After I wrote what you want, you'd put that gun to my head and press the trigger. Then you'd stick the gun in my hand, and I'd be thought of suicide. Yes, that's your plan.
Take your pen and write.
No. Since you mean to kill me,
If you take another step, I'll shoot you now.
Sorry, Mrs. Ashby. I don't like to shoot guns from ladies' hands.
Captain Logan.
Pops, you've been listening.
Yes, we had a front row seat for your little performance on that fire escape with a dictaphone rigged, so we heard everything you said.
And some very interesting things you and Lee said, Nedra.
Weren't they interesting, Casey?
He did it all, no matter what you heard. Lee Gorman did it all, not I.
Little liar, you planned the whole thing. It was your scheme.
It was all you.
No, it was
That's
you.
enough. Take these ex-lovebirds away, boys.
Just a minute, Logan. I want Lee and Nedra to pose for a couple of pictures. Oh, yes, and from you, I'd like $5.
So them two sweetie pies turned against one another, huh, Casey?
Well, you should have heard him after Logan got him to headquarters, Ethelbert. Each made a full confession of what the other had done.
They're going to wind up sitting in the same piece of hot furniture.
Hot furniture? Oh, you mean the electric... Oh. How'd you figure Mrs. Ashby would go to Gorman's apartment after that lawyer talked to her, Casey, and do what she did do?
Well, there wasn't anything else she could do to salvage that $250,000 insurance.
And Lee Gorman was right in his theory, Ethelbert. She meant to shoot him when she got his confession and make him appear as a suicide.
You know, I'd say that Nedra Millard Ashby ain't a very nice lady.
Check, pal. Say that again. But, a certain person I know thinks Lee Gorman a beautiful hunk of man.
And tell Ethelbert what you did with the $5 bet that you won from Logan, Casey.
Well, okay. I bet it back to him, plus 5 more, that the Red Sox would win today.
And they lost.
Well, everybody makes mistakes, don't they?
Oh, that's what I've always said. Everybody makes mistakes.
Yeah. Did you say the Red Sox lost today?
This adventure of crime photographer starring Stott Cotsworth as Casey came to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
What you are about to hear is real.
They thought I was crazy, but I wasn't. Proved that I had the highest. What are you looking at?
You?
You think I'm crazy, too?
No, I don't.
This is the booking desk.
I've been drinking.
Police headquarters.
But I still know what I can.
How can I talk to you? What's the matter with her? I don't get it, Sarge. It's possibly a mental case. She came storming in here and just would put her in jail. Looks like she's been drinking a little bit.
You had a wife that wouldn't be...
Let's talk to her, and then we can get her to go to a hotel.
You wouldn't stand it.
This is Don Reed, police recorder. You're with Detective Unit 5-6, and you're going to follow us tonight wherever we go. And while you're with us, just remember one thing. That woman over there, the people you meet, they're not actors. You see, this is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
When I don't drink with him, he says, there's something...
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. And now we switch you back to headquarters and to the official police recorder, Don Reed.
At the booking desk, woman insists on being arrested. Having some sort of husband trouble. Desk officer Al George trying to straighten things out.
Trouble down there, man.
I wouldn't go. I won't go back to my husband. No, I'll die first.
Did you have a fight with him?
Yes, he keeps telling me how crazy I am. I won't go back there. No. I'll die. I'll kill myself. I won't go back to him.
Does he harm you in any way?
No, he's been very good to me, but I just don't like the way he talks to me. Even if they try to force me with a gun, I wouldn't go. I'd let him shoot me first.
Lieutenant Machado, uniform skipper. Going to get in on things.
Can I talk to you just 1 minute? Sure. Now, you have money to take a cab. My advice to you is we'll call a cab, and you stay at a hotel or a motel tonight, and then tomorrow you'll feel different.
No, I'm just staying here where I'm safe, because, believe me, he has a way of finding out things. I don't know how he does it, but he does it.
Well, he wouldn't find out tonight, I'm sure of that.
You just don't know him, then.
Well, either call a cab and have you stay at a hotel or a motel, or we'll call the friends and somebody else.
Put me in jail or Al. Now, Jerry, then you'll have to call an ambulance before long.
Why?
Because I'll run over some of the car.
Well, that's talking time.
No, it isn't talking time.
You're grown up.
Yes, I'm grown up. I'm 30, almost 32. I'll be 32 next Saturday.
You know better than that.
Yes, I know better than that. But you just don't know the man I'm married to.
Well, you sit down for a while and we'll think it over.
Because I want to be protected.
Woman standing still. Very powerful build. Perhaps 200 pounds.
But I don't want to go. I want to stay right here. I have no friends and nothing to go to. That's what really hurts me. Just please tell him to put me in jail. I don't want to go no place. I just want to stay here.
Have a seat.
If you people knew how he was, you'd feel the same way I do.
Al, you want to take her into the detective room, let Ross talk to her? I don't know what we're going to be able to do. I don't think we can turn her loose. I'm going to record check, and I'll see if I can get hold of her husband.
Right, I'll take her on in person.
Let's move across the hall to the detective bureau. We'll have to find some way to help her. A woman sitting in a chair, biting nails.
Well, I don't know.
Detective Ross putting out a cigarette.
How long have you been married to this man?
Let me see. We got married a year ago, April.
How can we help you? What can we do to help you?
Just put me in jail and get me away from him.
Well, we don't want to put you in jail.
Well, I don't want to go out any place else. Because if I do, he'll be sure and find me. He'll stay up all night looking for me.
But has he hurt you before, or?
He didn't tell me.
Why did he do that?
I don't know. He was drinking.
Has he been drinking tonight?
He drinks every night.
Well, we can't very well put you in jail, and I don't think that would solve anything anyway.
Well, I don't want to go out till him find me.
In other words, you just left the house and you don't intend to go back to that?
No.
Do you intend to go back to get your clothes?
No.
Do you intend to take any legal action, like getting a divorce?
No. And I wouldn't get him a divorce if he started. I'd let him suffer. I really would.
Do you have any children?
Yes, one little girl.
Where is she now?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you that.
You don't know where your own daughter is? Who has her?
My sister ran away and we couldn't find her.
Who's your daughter?
Mm-hmm. She wanted a doctor, so I wouldn't sign the adoption papers, so she ran away with her.
And did that happen when you were in
the hospital?
The hospital.
They say they're all insane that go out there. When I only weighed 118 pounds, you wouldn't believe it, but I broke a man's arm that was weighed over 200 pounds.
That does it. How did you break it?
Well, he just tried to get smart with me, so I said him I could get smart too.
You broke his arm?
I sure did. I just threw him over. When I threw him over, like those police do, throw him over. Well, when I threw him over, I twisted his arm and broke it.
I'm glad you're sitting way over there now. You might get mad at you about something.
No, if I ever got mad, you know it.
I don't want you mad at
It wouldn't take me 2 seconds to get over this desk.
What?
They say I have an insane temper, and I believe it. When I get mad, I go crazy. And I just soon tell a person's look at him.
Sure, can I see that? Yeah. Excuse me, please.
We're going to have to take this woman down to General Hospital for observation.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to take the responsibility for any other lady.
Bob, that woman sitting in my office there, you want to take her and place her in the detention room? Yeah. Lieutenant Machado's making out papers. See if you go to General Hospital. Right.
Ma'am, you want to cut the boy, please?
It's too bad there isn't some other way.
Ran a record check on her. Been in 2 institutions. Doesn't even have a baby. In fact, she doesn't even have a husband.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of Detective Unit 5-6 on its tour of duty. Remember, the people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. And now we switch you back to police headquarters and to the official police recorder, Don Reed.
Yeah, sure, come on in.
We've been talking to a fellow out there that came into the station. Tells us that there are 2 guys waiting for him down in the drive-in. Wants to sell him some benzodrine pills and talk him to marijuana for good measure. Here's the address and info details.
It sounds like a good deal. We've been looking for a couple of guys down there. Where's the fellow?
That's right, and I saw him.
Okay, bring one in, will you?
You want to come in here? The detective.
Good haircut. A little nervous.
Now tell me quickly and very briefly just how you came in contact with them.
I walked in, they were sitting there talking to some guys I knew.
Inside the building?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And I started a conversation with the guys I knew, and they started kicking around this hip talk, walking the Great Wall of China and bending up the spoons and making signs and all this and that kind of stuff. So I figured I'd just go along with them. And I talked it up with them, give them some indication that I knew what they were doing. And they left, and later on I went outside. About a half an hour later I went outside, and I was standing out there talking, and they drove up in a car, in this Ford, and they said, we got a proposition, and I said, talk, and he said, get in, and I got in the back seat, and he made the proposition then.
And what'd you tell him?
I told him I had some business to take care of up in Westchester, and I'd be back in 40 minutes.
Okay, about that time now.
Right.
All right, now, are you willing to go through and try to make a purchase for it?
I sure am.
All right, that's exactly what's going to happen. If you're willing to do it, you understand, we'll give you all the protection that you need. There'll be no danger. The only ones that they're afraid of are the police. They're not going to be afraid of you. we'll bust you right along with them.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, you'll go the same route as they do, only it'll be on a fictitious booking. See?
Mm-hmm.
So that'll keep you out of it. But you may have to testify later if it's necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. Just one thing to remember. I want to emphasize this very strongly. That they won't do anything to you at all unless they think that you have tipped the police. That's the only danger you've got. We'll be there. Now, we'd rather let the sale go completely to protect you. In other words, we're not going to stand back and let anything happen just in order to make an arrest. So you'll have the protection. But if they think the police are watching them, or if they think that you are tipped the police, then that's where the trouble will be. If they don't know anything about it, then you're okay. You don't have to worry about it. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, they offered to sell you what?
Grass or bennies?
They quote your price.
5 for 50. 10 milligrams.
10 milligrams?
Mm-hmm.
And how about the weed? How about the marijuana?
They didn't quote any price.
They didn't quote any price. Probably 50 cents a piece or 75 cents a piece. Did you give them any indication of being interested in?
Yeah.
All right. You got your car out here?
Mm-hmm.
You by yourself?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I got $3 here. Jim, I want you to check the serial numbers. I know I've written them down here.
Detective Ross checking the serial numbers against the bills. In case we make an arrest, both officers can testify these are the same ones found in the suspect's possession.
Okay. All right, this will be the money you buy with. Mm-hmm. We're interested in marijuana mostly.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we want. Try to buy 4 joints. That's for 4 joints. That won't cost you more. Shouldn't cost you more than 75 cents a joint at the most. If they go over 75 cents, tell them it's too much. In other words,
what if they want to sell it raw?
If they want to sell it raw, tell them to give you a couple of bucks worth, let you see what it is, and you'll make a deal with them for a tin later. Find out what the tin's going to run, see?
Mm-hmm.
And if they get nosy or curious, they say, okay, you guys offered, you don't want a deal, I'll go someplace else. And let it drop.
Okay.
And we'll cool it off and we'll get it later. And here's the $3 here now. Remember what I told you. Now we want to work out some kind of a signal arrangement. Let's use a signal you're smoking. Let's use a signal of flipping your cigarette away like that. If you make a buy. After you've made the buy.
Okay.
So, in other words, you can light up during the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And as you turn to leave, flick it away. If you don't flick it away and you carry it with you, we know there's no buy. And then you're just to surprise anybody else when we move in. You got that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Thanks.
All right, let's go.
You need his license number.
Yeah, we'll get there when we go out. Here's the grab the walkie-talkie.
Well, we've learned some good information. A walkie-talkie and a lot of patience. If we have good luck, our man will make a buy. And we'll make an arrest. We're sitting at Detective Unit 5-6 at a dark gas station directly across from the drive-in. Being in on many of these deals, it's impossible to anticipate what's going to happen.
5-6 to Unit 9. Can you read us?
Dakota 5-6, Roger, but you're breaking up.
5-6 and 9. Our man has just pulled into the drive-in on the north side.
Roger, we see him.
Unit 9, our other detective crew, are secured around the other side of this drive-in out of our view. They have just a small portable transmitter with them. Atmospheric conditions or steel buildings in between makes it sort of rough to transmit and receive. Perkins has the field glasses strained on our man.
Apparently he's talking to 2 guys just inside the door.
Yeah, I can see 3 of them, but they're too far away to make much out of it. Our man should be coming in. If he tosses that cigarette away, we'll know that he's made a deal. Or scored, as we say in the trade. Then we'll move in. If everything goes right, our man will have the marked money. I've lost the perk. Can you see them?
Yeah. Wait a minute. Looks like they're going out the back way.
Oh, brother, we got a problem now. We can't see them from here, and we may be spotted if we move.
5-6 to Unit 9. The suspects are going out the back door. Can you see them?
Time to
start breaking up.
5-6 to Control 1. Can you relay Unit 9's message to us?
1 to 5-6, stand by. 1 to Unit 9, repeat your message for 5-6. Control 1 to Unit 9, stand by. 1 to 5-6. Unit 9 is almost unreadable, and all we were able to understand was that the suspects are leaving in a dark sedan, direction unknown. All units on this frequency stand by. Unit 9, repeat your location.
What do we do now?
We probably be carrying them.
Could be. They didn't come out the front exit, did they? They must have gone out the back way, probably west on Jefferson, huh?
Yeah.
Well, we've lost contact with the other unit. Just head now in the general direction. Hope that the other car, Unit 9, is on her tail. We're looking for a dark sedan. Golly, they must be thousands of them in this area.
1 to 5-6, did you read Unit 9?
5-6, no.
1 to 5-6, Unit 9 has the car stopped at Working Unit Overland and has the 3 suspects in custody. Do you want them held there or transported to the station?
5-6, we're quite a ways west of there. Have the suspects brought into the station. We'll meet them there in about 10 minutes.
1 to 5-6, well advised. Control 1 to Unit 9.
Well, we made a pretty good guess which direction those guys took. Of course, it was wrong, but it was still a pretty good guess.
Control 1 to all units. Breaks be clear. KMA 394.
Percy, will you talk to these two guys?
Yeah, bring them in one at a time, will you?
We got the driver outside, and he had to mark money on him.
Good.
Hey, Paul, do you want to come in here?
Coming into the detective bureau. First suspect. Tall, thin, rough complexion. Sitting in a chair. Parking his feet on the desk.
How old are you?
18 a day.
18 a day.
Sitting there. Get your feet off the desk.
Where did this money come from?
I gave it to him, man. He used to fix my car.
You used it to fix your car? Did you make a deal with him?
No deal, man. Just to pay him back when I got the money.
You don't understand that I don't like to beat around the bush and have a lot of lies.
Nobody's lying, man.
Don't give me that. I'll tell you what the money is for if you want to know. But you're going to tell me first.
Fix my car, sir.
It was, huh? Put your feet down. You been arrested?
Picked up a couple times for being out late. About all. No record, I guess.
Too bad today isn't yesterday.
Okay.
Now, you'd be a juvenile. You could probably get soft pedaled.
Well, man,
you know what you're going to be booked on?
What?
Conspiracy to violate the narcotic laws. You're cold, man. You're dead. The money is marked. That was a setup tonight.
Get off the box.
Okay. You'll be in jail?
Okay.
Good experience, haven't you?
Mm-hmm.
Back and book them on conspiracy to violate state narcotic law. We ought to give you the section. So, fine. We'll have this chance. We'll be back.
Jimmy, you want to bring the fellow in? Come. Well, before we get started, let's get one thing straight. Your buddy had to mark money on him. We've got a solid case against you. You're dead. Let's not waste our time with a bunch of lies. You understand each other? Suspect staring. Breaking into a half smile. Okay.
You guys accepted this money for the purpose of furnishing our cottage. I'll start right from the beginning. Who approached who on this deal? How did this thing materialize tonight?
It was through joking around. Somebody had said something, and I made a joke about the Great Wall of China and ring on a gong on it. And he just swung right around my feet, and he said, "Oh, you there with a 35-pound monkey on your back." And I just laughed. I said, "Oh, you walked along the Great Wall of China too."
What were the words used when the money was handed over? What was the transaction?
I had asked him, what do you want, benzodrine or dexedrine?
Yeah, what did he say?
And he sort of thought, go benzodrine.
Yes, how much were you going to give him?
Just what I told him, $50 for $5. And then I was going to see if he was going to give it back.
You used Benny?
I have.
What do you mean? I don't quite follow.
I came in contact with somebody once at a time when I was associating with people that had used marijuana. And this person's way of living was a better standard than the people I was associating with. I moved in with this person, and they showed up with a jar of benzodrine. In effect, an inexhaustible supply. Like, you go ahead and make figure yourself, if that's what you want to be. They were also using it to educate, in a way. They did a real lousy job, in effect, that they were making a profit off of them. They were making every pill pay for them, too.
Well, how does it feel?
Benzodrine? I work on them.
What do you mean by that?
Work?
Well,
I'm a cook. I am a cook. I can work then. I work faster, accomplish what I want to do.
How many times did you bought?
Probably $2,000, $3,000.
$2,000 or $3,000?
Probably. I don't know.
What's it been in pennies?
Yeah, definitely. For myself.
How's he operate? How does he cover it?
All I know is you go in and give him $5, and he marks it in a book. I know that. At the time of the sale.
And he supplies right there. He doesn't give you a prescription or anything like that?
No. I had asked him for a prescription. He didn't give it to me.
How did you meet him?
I've been introduced to him.
Do you think you can set me up there?
Sure, I can.
Think you can take me in and introduce me, and I'll make a buy, and I come back 2 or 3 times later, and I get busted with him? You don't know anything about it. He doesn't know that you know anything about it. I just get caught with it again.
Can be done. Although the doctor himself, I think only once has ever actually given me the pills.
Who gives them to you?
Either during the daytime, his secretary. During that time, the night doctor.
Was it a clinic or something? Or?
It's an emergency hospital.
Emergency hospital. When you want it, how do you go in to get it? What do you
walk in and ask for reducing pills.
Ron? Yeah? Okay. I mean, you can get as many as you want. How many you got money for?
In lots of 50.
50 for small stuff. Now, when you made your first deal, did you make it with a doctor or with somebody else?
With the doctor.
You made it with this doctor here?
Yeah.
And then after that, well, you just got it from whoever happened to be there. No prescription.
No prescription.
How much were you taking when you were taking the most?
Myself?
Yeah.
I had taken 15 one day.
How did you get started on it?
My employer gave it to me. The first benzodrine pill I ever had in my life, he gave it to me.
And now you're behind the 8 ball.
I've been behind the 8 ball for a long time.
I want to take it back, Ken.
These guys are sure a couple of small-time operators, aren't they?
Yeah, but you know, this information, we might just catch ourselves a big fish.
could be.
What you have just heard is real. All the investigations are recorded as they actually occur. And now, back to police headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
In tonight's first case, the woman who insisted on being arrested was taken to the County General Hospital for observation. Rest and consultation brought about her mental recovery, and she was released several weeks later. The final investigation, in which 2 youths were arrested with marked money, resulted in their being booked for conspiracy to violate the State Narcotic Act. The maximum penalty upon conviction is confinement in the state prison for not more than 10 years. I recall someone saying, these fellows are just small-time operators. In the overall, this was true, but with the information supplied by the suspects, our department, in conjunction with several law enforcement agencies, was able to move in and crack a large ring of operators that were selling various types of narcotics. This entire operation was possible only because a young citizen brought this information to the attention of our officers. To show how you, the citizen, can assist your police department is one of the reasons why each week we bring you Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following the on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hedlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and described in the field by the official police recorder, Don Reed.
That's very pretty, Miss Deering. Very pretty, very even, very clear.
My voice, Mr. Vance?
You're typing, my dear. You don't mind my looking over your shoulder while you work?
No, it's not your looking I mind, just your commenting.
Oh.
Besides, you ought to be very happy that I'm singing. When a secretary sings, she's happy in her work. Working for a private investigator is the nicest job a girl could have.
Working for a private investigator?
The private investigator. The best in the country.
Well, now that's much.
Are you Philo Vance? Are you?
Why, yes. Please come in.
Vance, listen. You're clever. You're brilliant. Help me. Please help me.
Well, I promise I'll try. What is it?
I'm Mrs. Grace Rawls, and last night I had a dream. I dreamt that a man came to me and gave me $500.
Well, that's hardly anything to get so excited about, Mrs.
You
Rawls.
don't understand. This morning I met the man, the same man I saw in my dream, and he gave me the money. Well, here it is. Look at it. $500. He handed it to me on the street, and he disappeared.
Philo Vance's office?
Hello, this is Mrs. Rawls. I was in to see Mr. Vance yesterday. Please connect me with him.
I'm sorry, he isn't in.
Well, find him, and please find him at once. Tell him that last night I dreamed that same man came to me and gave me a new car. This morning when I woke up, the same car I dreamt about was in front of my door. Tell Vance he's got to explain this before I go mad.
My dear Mrs. Rawls, you came to tell me about the third dream you had, the one you dreamt last night. Now, why don't you tell me?
I don't know. I don't know if I dare. Those other two dreams I had coming true when I woke up. I'm afraid.
If I'm going to help you, I'm going to have to know about the latest dream.
All right. Only I'm scared, Vance. I'm afraid. You see, last night, the same man who came to me in the first two dreams came again. This time, he told me I was going to meet a man named Sam Davis. And when I met him, I was going to kill him.
Gosh, I'm tired. Yeah, I can tell.
Hold your end of this load up, will you? Don't make me carry it all.
Shut up.
Hey, Pete, you think we dragged this thing far enough?
Yeah, a little further out and it'll be safer, Mort.
Okay. No wonder you're tired. It's so dark out here on this wharf. I could go to sleep right this minute myself.
I could go to sleep any minute, any time, any place. I guess I'm just one of those guys who was born tired.
Everybody's born tired. Nobody sleeps as much as a kid, does he?
Only me whenever I get the chance. Okay, Mort, this is as far as we go. Set it down.
Yeah. You ready?
In a minute. I gotta rest a second.
Oh.
Let's see here. Sure makes a guy sleepy. Okay, pick up your end. I'll get mine.
Right.
Count 3 and over the rail with it. Ready?
1, 2. No. Pete, that does it. There goes the last of Sam Davis. His body's down at the bottom by now.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm glad. Now I can go home and get a good night's sleep.
Well, Vance, I'm always glad to see you when you come down here, of course. But even though I am a district attorney, I have no jurisdiction over Rhym.
I know that, Markham. I just thought I'd talk this out with you. That woman was serious and in deadly fear.
She dreamt some man was going to give her $500. The next day, she met this man, and he gave her the money.
Right. Her next dream had this same man giving her a new car. When she woke the following morning, there was the car in front of her door.
And her latest dream, which she detailed to you about an hour ago, was that she was told she'd meet and kill a man named Sam Davis.
Yes.
You take her seriously, Vance. I'm surprised at you. I don't know who Sam Davis is, but I guarantee he's alive and well and is going to stay that way.
Perhaps. Then again, perhaps not. There's an old theory that dreams foreshadow things to come. And...
All right with you, Vance. Hello?
Mr. Markham, this is Rogers, Homicide Department.
Yes, Rogers.
We've just fished a body out of the river, Mr. Markham. He was murdered and tossed in.
Oh, was he? Do you know?
Yeah, a couple of the boys know him. Character named Sam Davis, a gambler.
What?
I thought you might like to come down to the morgue.
Yes, I certainly do. Thank you, Rogers. You heard that, Vance?
Yes. Apparently, my friend Mrs. Rawls is doing some mighty potent dreaming these nights.
Now, let's be reasonable, Vance. You know what she told you wasn't possible.
I don't know that at all. I'll admit it doesn't seem reasonable for her to dream she was told to kill a Sam Davis, then for him to turn up murdered. But there's something to her dreaming, and I'd better go see her.
I should say you should, before she goes to sleep again and dreams she's the district attorney.
Markham, the most important thing we must remember is that there is a connection between her and this Sam Davis who turned up murdered. What that connection is will solve the mystery of Mrs. Rawls' very prophetic dreaming.
Want me to have her brought in?
I think not. Not right now, that is. I'd like to handle this my own way.
And what is that?
I'm not sure at the moment. Perhaps I ought to do some dreaming myself. Daydreaming, of course.
What's this? Very good shot, Mr. Lee. Very good. You hit that target right in the middle.
Yes, that's the general idea when you're shooting with a bow and arrow. That is correct, isn't it, Pete?
Who knows?
All I know is I'm tired. Well, you worked rather late last night, Pete. Rather late and rather well. Getting rid of Davis's body was a good job.
Thanks. I helped Pete, Mr. Lee. You know that. I helped him.
Yes, Mort, I know. I'm grateful to you both. And now, if you'll just be quiet one moment, I'll see if I can duplicate my last shot.
Them arrows really travel when he lets them go, don't they, Pete?
Shut up.
Yeah, I know, because you're tired.
Because he's tired and I want to concentrate. There.
Gee, good shot, boss.
Well, it was. Thank you. Oh, Mort, will you go over there and get those arrows out of the target?
Yeah, sure, but you got one more arrow left, Mr. Lee.
I lost one yesterday, and I'd like the others, if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't mind. I don't mind at all.
Pete. Yeah? Pete, what's your opinion of Mort?
He's all right. A little stupid, maybe, but he's all right.
Do you think he'd ever do any talking if the police picked him up?
Well, that's hard to tell. Maybe yes, maybe no. Like I said, he's stupid. You can't figure out what he's going to do.
Yeah, that's what I thought. In case the body of Sam Davis turns up, I'm afraid
I would be very embarrassed if he talked.
Oh? Hey, Mr. Lee, don't shoot that arrow down there now. Mort's in front of the target. You might hit him.
Really? That was the general idea. Good idea, don't you think?
All I know is it sure wasn't good for Mort. She don't want to say why she wants to see you, Mr. Markham. She just says she's got it.
What was her name again, Rogers?
Rita Crane.
I never heard of her, but ask her to come in, please.
Sure. Okay, Miss Crane. The DA will see you.
Thanks. You're Mr. Markham?
Yes, please sit down.
Thanks. Look, Markham, I've never been to the cops before to gripe in my whole life. But I'm doing it now and liking it.
Just what are you talking about, Miss Crane?
That's Sam Davis you found in the river. I just heard about it on the radio. I think I know who killed him.
Do you? Suppose you tell me the whole story.
There's no whole story. There's just this. Sam was a gambler. He'd bet on anything, any time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a gambler, too. I'd like to bet I know who killed him.
Really? Who?
It was a woman. A woman named Rawls, Grace Rawls. She had a crush on Sam from here to China, and he kept sloughing her off. He was my guy, D.A., mine. She couldn't take being shoved around.
So it's your theory that she killed him?
What do you mean, theory? Sure she killed him. Nobody else would. Of course, he had trouble with Eddie Lee on account of Eddie was jealous of the business Sam was handling, but Lee wouldn't have killed Sam.
So this woman, Grace Rawls, did know Sam Davis?
Sure. Only not well enough to suit her. He saw to that. When he kept ducking her, she told him he'd never get away with it. She meant it.
Apparently. You might be interested in knowing she's been to see Philo Vance, who's working on this case. I think perhaps I'd better tell Vance about your coming to me.
Sure, tell him. Tell him, the cops, the militia, the Marines, tell everybody. But come up with that dame as the murderer of Sam Davis, Markham. Sam used to say that in case of trouble, he'd bet I'd be on his side to help. That's one bet he's going to collect, even though he's dead.
You still insist that you didn't know Sam Davis, Mrs. Rawls?
I never said I didn't know him, Vance. Never. And taking me down to the district attorney's office isn't going to make me change my story. Well, of course I knew him.
I'm not taking you down to see Mr. Markham. I'm taking you to police headquarters. I want you to have a look at some rogues gallery photographs.
What for?
You claim a man came to you in a dream, and that he came to you 3 times. Is that right?
Of course it's right. I dreamt everything I told you I did.
I'm not doubting you, Mrs. Rawls, fantastic as your story sounds. And I'll tell you why I asked you to drive me down here to headquarters. By the way, is this the car left outside your house by the man you dreamed of?
Yes, it is.
Very pretty car. After you, Mrs. Rawls.
Thank you.
I want you to look at the photographs in the gallery. Then perhaps you'll be able to pick out the man you claim you saw in a dream.
All right, I'll do it. But, Vance, I'm not entirely stupid. I don't claim that what I told you makes sense. I only claim I told you what happened.
Many things that happen in this world don't make sense, Mrs. Rawls. But there's generally an explanation for them. And that's what I'm trying to find. It's the room to your right as we go in this door.
Oh.
Have you ever been to headquarters before?
No, never.
Oh, hi, Mr. Vance. Can I help you?
No, Murphy. No, thanks. I will look at the pictures in the gallery, okay?
Sure, Mr. Vance. Go right in.
Thank you. This way, Mrs. Rawls.
Oh. Are there pictures in all those files?
Yes.
Do I have to look through all of them?
I doubt it, Mrs. Rawls. A lot of those files contain photographs and records of criminals who are dead. But they are classified, and there's always a chance that we might find what we're looking for without too much trouble.
But what's the point of all this, Dan?
I'm hoping that perhaps you'll be able to pick out the man of your dreams, Mrs. Rawls. And if his picture is here, I promise you the murder of Sam Davis is practically solved.
None of these is the man.
I know this is monotonous, but how about this drawer, Mrs. Rawls? Recognize any of the men here?
No, not him. No, none of them is the man I saw.
Well, if at first you don't succeed, try this section. While you're looking at those photographs, Mrs. Rawls, would you mind telling me how friendly you were with Sam Davis?
Friendly? Well, we weren't friendly at all. I like to make a bet or two once in a while on a horse. He handled the bet, that's all.
We've been told you liked him a great deal.
I like a bookmaker? Oh, Vance, please. Well, it's true that I am a widow, and I could like whomever I please, but a bookmaker? I'm surprised. Vance.
Yes?
This man here, this picture, that's the man who came to see me in my dreams, and it's the same man I met on the street. What's the matter? You said if I found the man who came to me, you'd have the murder practically solved.
I'm glad I said practically, Mrs. Rawls. Unfortunately, this is Mort Wilson. He had the bad judgment to get himself killed by an arrow early this morning.
This is District Attorney Markham. The nightmare murder case began when Sam Davis was murdered after Mrs. Grace Rawls had a dream in which she was told she was going to kill Davis. She has identified the man in her dreams from a rogues gallery photograph. But that doesn't help us at all because that man was found dead, too. All we know is that Mrs. Rawls has no recollection of killing Davis, and that Davis had an enemy in Eddie Lee, a big-time gambler. I've sent for Mrs. Rawls in an effort to get to the bottom of this, and she's in my office. Mrs. Rawls, I don't have the patience that Philo Vance has, and I refuse to believe this ridiculous story of your having dreams that later develop into realities.
I'm sorry, Mr. Markham.
You're sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you won't tell me the truth, that you hated Davis because he wouldn't have anything to do with you, and you killed him.
That's not true. I didn't kill him. There's nothing you have that links me to his death.
Except your visit to Vance practically predicting Davis's death.
Would I do that if I were going to kill him? Would I get involved in a situation like this for no reason?
No.
Then I demand you let me go. And I demand that you leave me alone, and that Philo Vance does too, unless you can prove something on me. And you know how much chance you have of doing that.
I'm getting tired just hanging around, Mr. Lee. Can't something happen?
Like what, Pete?
Like you stop playing chess with yourself for a little while and tell me how we're going to make some dough quick.
It'll be made for us, Pete. Sam Davis out of the way, most people who want to bet on anything in this town will come to me. You'll get your share.
Oh, I don't know. I think I'll hit the hay. I'm tired. You getting company, boss?
Apparently. See who it is, will you?
Sure. Are you home?
Why not? I got nobody to hide from.
You wouldn't say that if that girlfriend of Sam Davis has ever found you. But I'm here in case of trouble.
Answer the door.
Yeah?
Hello, I'm Philo Vance. Thanks for asking me in.
I didn't ask you nothing, but as long as you're in, what do you want?
If you're Eddie Lee, I want to talk to you.
I'm Eddie Lee, Vance. Come in. Been wanting to meet you for a long time.
I wouldn't be so happy that I finally did if I were you, Mr. Lee. You know what I'm here about?
Certainly. It's about 2 killings. You found out that Sam Davis and I were business rivals and that Mort Wilson worked for me. You have an idea that I killed them both.
It's more than an idea. You could have killed Davis, had Wilson dispose of the body, and then killed Wilson so he couldn't talk.
Very reasonable. I could have. But you don't arrest people on pure logic, Vance. Don't you have to have some proof of some kind?
Perhaps I have that proof.
You're very resourceful, aren't you? Well, I like to think that I am, too. Suppose we make this a contest.
Look, Lee, I'm not playing around with words with anybody like you. You're a crook and a killer, and there's one way to handle guys like you and only one.
Physical logic, Vance? I never thought you'd descend to that.
It's the only kind men like you understand. Now, do you start talking about what happened in those killings, or do I go to work on you?
Now, Vance, I assure you I have no intention. You meant what you said about beating me up, didn't you?
I meant what I said about finding what part you had in all this. And if it means beating you up, I'll do it. Perhaps you weren't convinced with that one clip I gave you. Maybe this...
You know, Mr. Lee, no matter how smart a guy is, you whack him over the head with a gun butt, and down he goes.
Why'd you hit Vance, Pete?
Why? He was going to work on you, wasn't he, boss? Don't tell me you'd have liked that.
No, but I can handle myself.
Sure, but suppose you come in second. Suppose he got you to spill about killing Sam Davis.
What makes you think I killed him?
Well, it was you that told Mort and me where to find his body and take it out and dump it in the river.
Yeah, I did tell you that, but it doesn't mean I killed him.
Ah, you can trust me, boss.
Oh, I'm quite sure of that.
Well, then let's stop fooling around. What do we do with Vance?
Oh, him?
Yeah.
Oh, Pete, my boy, I'll take care of him. In my own way.
Vance, please. Please, wake up. Oh, brother, that bump on your head.
Hello, Ellen.
Hello.
How did you get here? For that matter, how did I get here?
Well, I can answer the first half of that. Somebody called the office and asked if I was your secretary. I said yes, so they told me to come to your apartment right away, that you needed me.
I certainly did. Those wet cloths you put on my head did the trick, Ellen.
Who did the trick of knocking you out?
I deserved that. I was very impolite. I turned my back on Eddie Lee's principal stooge.
Well, apparently they didn't want you dead, so they carted you here to your apartment and then called me. Now what?
Now we're no further than we ever were in this mystery, Ellen. That's a situation I guarantee ends right here. From now on, we're going to get action.
But, Vance, I don't
Markham,
see...
listen. There are two alternatives in this murder case. One is that Mrs. Rawls is telling the truth, and the other is that she isn't.
That's hardly an epic remark. Tell me how she could possibly be telling the truth. How could she dream about a man who later showed up to give her money and leave her a car, then tell her she was going to kill Sam Davis?
It could be done.
Oh, Vance.
Now, listen. She wasn't dreaming, of course. We know that's not possible. But she might have been made to think she was dreaming. Awakened in the middle of the night, a man in her room. She wasn't completely conscious. And he might have talked to her, told her what he wanted her to think she dreamt, and then disappeared in the dark.
Why would anybody do that to her?
To make her think she killed Sam Davis. It was a clever plan and might work with an impressionable woman like Mrs. Rawls. In fact, it did work, if she's telling the truth.
And if she isn't?
Then she made up the whole thing to throw us off in the event that she killed Davis. Knew an association between her and Davis would be made by us and wanted to take as much suspicion off herself as was possible.
That's great, only how do we find out?
Ellen is finding out right now.
Your secretary, how?
There was one tangible element in this entire case, Markham. I won't tell you what it is, but Ellen is tracking it down.
All right. But, Vance, aren't you overlooking one major element? The death of Mort Wilson. Who killed him?
I haven't the slightest idea. But I'll find out, believe me.
Well, that's interesting.
I'll get that. I told Ellen she could reach me here, and it's probably she. Hello. Oh, yes. Good work, Ellen. Very good work. So it was bought 1,000 miles from here. Well, this murder was planned a long time. Well, thanks, Ellen. You did a wonderful job. Bye.
Well, Vance?
We've got what I wanted, Markham. Have Eddie Lee, Mrs. Rawls, and Lee's henchman Pete down here in an hour, and in an hour, this case will be over.
Waiting around, always waiting around. Hey, D.A., how much longer?
Vance will be here soon. Your employer doesn't seem in too much of a hurry to see Vance. Right, Mr. Lee?
Matter of fact, I'm not, Markham. I like Vance all right, but he plays rough.
And how about you, Mrs. Rawls? What are your feelings about Vance's arrival?
I don't care one way or another, when, as, or if he gets here.
Hello, everybody. Guess I'm a little late. I had to stop for me.
Hello, Vance. Here are the people you wanted. And incidentally, your hour is up.
Yes, I know, and I won't be more than a few moments now. Pete, how tired are you?
I'm always tired.
Too tired to confess that you helped your boss kill Mort Wilson?
Yeah. Much too tired for that.
Well, you won't have to confess it. I can prove most of what I'm saying. Lee, you're quite handy with a bow and arrow, aren't you?
Never handled one in my life.
That's strange, considering that the leading sporting goods store in the city picked your photograph out of a dozen brought to them and said that they had sold you archery equipment for years.
I used to buy it and give it away.
I just came from your house in the suburbs, Lee. There is unmistakable evidence that an archery target has been removed from the back lawn. The holes were still in the ground. And here's an arrow I found in the bushes. The duplicate of this arrow killed Mort Wilson.
You found the arrow I lost, huh? Well, good work, Vance.
It'll make a good case, I guarantee that.
Thank you, Vance, for cleaning this up. So it was your secretary, Miss Deering, who checked the sporting goods shops, and that's what she called you about before.
No, that wasn't what she called about, Markham. Remember I told you there was one tangible element in this case we hadn't investigated?
Yes, but you didn't say what it was.
That's right, but you might have guessed. Finding where that one tangible element came from enables us to solve this case. So while you arrest Eddie Lee and Pete for killing Wilson, you can also arrest Mrs. Rawls for the murder of Sam Davis.
All right, Vance, what was this tangible element that practically convicted Mrs. Rawls of planning and killing Sam Davis?
You remember, Markham, that she told me some man had come to her in a dream and had given her money.
Yes.
Then appeared later and gave her an automobile. And still later to tell her to kill Davis.
Yes, I see. The money couldn't be traced, but the automobile could.
Exactly. Ellen traced it, found it was bought in a city many miles from here.
Mm-hmm.
When she called me to tell me that the purchaser answered the description of Mrs. Rawls, I knew she'd planned the whole thing, and that the story of her dreaming was all a lie.
We know why she wanted Davis dead, but not why she identified Mort Wilson as the man who allegedly came to her in her dream.
Why shouldn't she? She knew Wilson was dead by that time because she'd seen the stories in the papers.
Oh, I see.
With Wilson dead, he couldn't very well deny it either. She also knew he was tied up with Eddie Lee, for that matter, and that her identifying Wilson as her sleep visitor might involve Lee.
That's very true, of course. And your finding that arrow and the archery was enough to get a confession from Lee after we worked on his accomplice, Pete. Lee killed Wilson, all right, but I don't know why.
I can tell you that. Lee had sent Wilson and Pete to carry off Davis's body. Lee had probably come to call on Davis and found him dead.
Uh-huh.
Inasmuch as somebody had done him a favor by killing Davis, he wanted to do that somebody a favor by getting rid of the body.
And Mort Wilson was under the impression Lee had killed Davis, and Lee was afraid he'd talk. Is that it?
Exactly.
Well, it's all over now. But I still think that Mrs. Rawls made a mistake in coming to you in the first place with her ridiculous dream story.
All murderers make mistakes, Markham. The trick is to find them. She thought she was being very clever when she came to me in the beginning.
I wonder what she thinks now, at the end of the nightmare murder case.
Calling all detectives. Most private detectives work hard to get their cases. But I once had a case that I was slugged into taking. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. A private detective like me, Jerry Browning, gets all kinds of clients. And he doesn't always enjoy working for them. Klondike Joe Weevil was probably never west of the Mississippi, but the cash registers at his barroom reaped a golden harvest. At Klondike Joe's, bankers and pickpockets rubbed elbows, which made it a doubly good place for a private detective to visit once in a while. Hello, Jerry. I'll buy a drink. I turned to find Gouge Henderson standing behind me. Gouge was big, ill-tempered, and got his nickname from his habit of trying to thumb out the eyes of people who annoyed him. Well, thanks, Gouge. I'll have a beer.
Hey, Slewfoot. 2 beers. Make it snappy.
Huh? Here's how, Gouge.
I know how. Drink your drink. We'll go to work.
We'll go to what kind of work, Gouge?
I got a case for you. So hurry it up.
I pushed the beer away. Nothing doing, Gouge. I don't want a case from you. Gouge frowned, flexed his fingers.
Are we gonna have trouble, Jerry?
I hunched my shoulders. If you make trouble, Gouge, I guess we'll have it. Gouge thought it over for a couple of seconds.
Look, Jerry, Klondike is a good guy, so why should we wreck his joint? But let's see you come outside.
By this time, I was good and mad.
Okay, come on outside.
I was watching Gouge carefully. I should have been looking behind me, because as I reached the door...
Boys, Jerry has took the case.
I refused a case from a hoodlum in a barroom. I was slugged and kidnapped. When I came to, I found myself lying on a couch in what seemed to be a large, well-furnished room. I moved my head a fraction of an inch, saw that 4 men were sitting in easy chairs across the room. I tightened my muscles and... I ducked under hands that grabbed at me, and with my fists, elbows, and feet dealt out plenty of punishment. But the weight of numbers dragged me down and pinned me to the floor. A big, red-faced man stood over me.
Browning, do you know who I am?
I stared up into his face. Yeah.
You're Tom Medvale. You're wanted for murder.
That's right. Only I didn't do it, Browning. I've been framed. I need an honest man to prove it. Will you listen to me?
Make these hoods let go of me.
Okay. Let him go.
I got up, looked at the hoods who'd scrambled back out of reach. I'll listen to you, Medvale. But the first time I catch Gouge Henderson, I'll twist his head off his shoulders.
Boy, Jerry, wasn't me that slugged you.
Outside, all of you. I had to bring you here, Browning. There was no other way to do it. Now listen.
Most of what Medvale told me I already knew. He owned a big gambling house out on Woodhaven Road. For a while, there were rumors that Lefty Buchanan, the mobster, was trying to move in on Medvale. One evening, Buchanan came out to Medvale's place for a conference. There were shots, and Buchanan lay dead on the floor of Medvale's office.
But I tell you, I didn't kill him. Somebody shot him through the window. Browning, would I be fool enough to kill him in my own place?
I thought about that. No, I don't think you would.
Browning, find out who killed Buchanan, and I'll take my chances on proving it in court.
Well, I'll see what I can do.
Thanks, Browning. I trust you.
Medvale had a man, not one of those who'd fought with me, drive me back to town. The first thing I did was go back to Klondike Joe's place. Klondike? It's easy for a place to get a bad name if the boss lets hoodlums hang around the doorway and slug customers as they come out.
Browning, I don't invite your trade, and I figure to struggle along without it.
Okay, Klondike, if that's how you feel about it. I knocked him back against his glassware, strode out of there feeling a little better and a lot puzzled. Klondike Joe had the right connections, made a lot of money, should have been above letting small-time hoodlums waylay his customers. A thing that couldn't possibly happen without at least his tacit consent. The next morning, I decided to go down to headquarters, get a line on how much of a case there was against Medvale. But when I got there...
Medvale? Oh, he's going to the chair, Jerry. We grabbed him last night at his hideout in Lake Valley.
You did? Where did you get the tip, Dawson? Lieutenant Dawson grinned, poked me playfully.
You're a great kidder, Jerry. I don't know how you did it, Jerry, but I want you to know I sure appreciate it. See you later.
So Dawson thought the tip on Medvale's arrest came from me, which also meant that Medvale thought so, and that pretty soon everybody in town would think so. I drove my car out beyond the city limits, put it in a public garage, came back by bus and streetcar, spent the rest of the day in the second balcony of a movie theater. 3 complete performances later, it was 10:30 at night. And I headed for Klondike Joe's place, knowing that I was a target every step of the way. I didn't enter the bar. I wasn't that foolish. Instead, I worked my way around back, found a hiding place under a window of Klondike's backroom office. Then I waited. I waited until 1 in the morning, until I saw what I wanted. Klondike Joe in a huddled conference with Gouge Henderson. Then I took out my gun and with the butt... Oh, it was a fine battle while it lasted, but it didn't last long enough. Klondike went out cold in the first few moments. Then I worked over Gouge carefully until... I paid no attention to the knocking at the locked door. Instead, I dragged Gouge to his feet, propped him up against the wall. Gouge, first I'm gonna pistol whip you, then I'll twist your head off your shoulders, just as I promised. We can't both live, so you might as well be the one to die. He must have thought I meant it because he talked fast. Yeah, Klondike Joe was the killer, of course. His success made him ambitious, so he figured out a plan to take over both Buchanan and Medvale by shooting Buchanan and letting Medvale burn for it. He had Gouge Henderson's help by promising to let Gouge run Medvale's roadhouse. It was Gouge who betrayed Medvale to the police, led them to believe I was phoning in the tip, so that when I was shot, it would look like gangland vengeance for betrayed confidence. Like I said, in this business you don't always pick your clients, but you can always pick your enemies. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
IPANA presents Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by two famous Bristol-Myers products, IPANA and the Sal Hepatica. IPANA for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. IPANA, Sal Hepatica.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. In our constant experience with men who live by fraud and deceit, ladies and gentlemen, it is obvious that they succeed largely by one old and simple method, that of making it seem easy to get rich quickly. I need hardly add that never in that same experience has this proved to be so. Tonight's case of murder in rhythm and rhyme begins in an old and disreputable office building here in our city.
Harry, here's one. The jerk enclosed the 10 spot in cash, too.
In cash? Let me have it, baby.
Oh, you said the next letter with cash in was mine.
If you finish the recordings, Dolly. Oh. Come now, let Harry have the money. That's a nice girl.
Look who's talking. You ain't even printed the song sheets for the last 6 poems we got.
I will, my pet, I will. What's the poem?
Huh?
The one with the 10 spot. Who thinks he's Irving Boylan this time?
Oh, just reading a letter. And I read your ad where you say you can write music to fit my poem. So I enclose it.
Smart boy.
And there's more. Also, where you say in the ad, you will send me a record of my song as sung by an international star of stage and screen. That's me, Buster.
Yeah, he didn't send for the signed copy, did he?
Oh, there ain't no extra $2 if that's what you're looking for.
Oh.
Oh, brother, get a load of the title.
On the poem?
Yeah. Granny's making cornbread up yonder tonight. Oh, no.
Granny's doing what, Pat?
Making cornbread, whatever that is.
Let's see now. Boom. Granny's making biscuits tonight. Boom, boom.
Cornbread.
Cornbread tonight. Boom, boom. What's the rest of it?
What do you care? We'll use the same tune we always do.
Yeah. Who's that?
Well, how should I know? One answer?
You go, Dolly. Whoever it is, get rid of him.
That's a help.
I'm not here, Dolly. All right?
All right, go on. Duck in the back room. Hello.
Excuse me.
Is this the Great White Way Music Publishing Company?
Yeah, it is. What can I do you for?
Oh, I beg your pardon,
Out with it, chum. I'm a busy girl. Hey, wait a minute. If that stinking Sam Denver sent you, we can fly a kite for his dough.
Sam Denver?
Yeah, the bookie. Or did you try... Wait a second. What do you want, huh?
Why, I sent you my poems. I'm Tim Newton.
You're who?
Tim Newton. I have Mr. Madison's letter right here.
Oh, I see. Oh, you're a customer. Oh, gee. Excuse me for living. I thought you were somebody else.
Have I come to the right place?
You sure have, Mr. Newton. Come right in.
You have a court appearance at 11, Chief, and lunch with the commissioner at 1:30.
Oh, yes, thank you, Miss Miller. Now, anything else?
Let me see. I don't...
Come out. Morning, Chief. Morning, little Colleen.
Little what?
Yes, I don't believe I quite caught that, Harrington.
Sure, you're not knowing what a day it is, Chief.
Day? Well, let me see. March 17th, isn't it, Miss Miller?
Wednesday, Chief.
Wednesday.
Ah, Miss Miller, look. Look at my necktie now. What color is it?
Kind of orange, isn't it, Chief?
Orange. Oh, my grandmother's spinning in her grave in County Cork. It's green. This is St. Patrick's Day yet.
No.
No, is it really? Well, I hadn't heard, had you, Miss Miller?
Not a
St.
thing,
Patrick's
Chief.
Day.
Who's St. Patrick?
Oh, Miss Miller, that does it, so help me in a minute.
Sure, Harrington, my boy, we're known it's a good saint's day, to be sure.
Well, sure, Harrington, to be sure.
Oh, Corny, that's what it is, an orange tie. Can you be with it? Oh,
I take it all back, Harrington. That's the greatest piece of neckwear I've ever seen.
Oh, well, thank you. That's better.
Sure is.
Anything for me today, Chief?
Well, now, there are a few things, Harrington. However, if you're busy, perhaps Brophy can take care.
Brophy? What is it, Chief? What's on my schedule?
Do you have that advertisement, Miss Miller?
The one the Better Business Bureau sent over?
Yes, that's
let's see. Oh, it's right on top of your folder there, Chief.
Oh, yes, thank you. Did you ever hear of the, wait a minute, the Great White Way Music Publishing Company, Harrington?
Oh, that old racket again, Chief.
Well, as a matter of fact, this particular ad puzzles me.
Yeah?
It's apparently been running in small out-of-town papers.
Sure, that's where they get them.
Well, this isn't just the usual ad, however. Now, this one says that for a service fee of $10, they'll write music to fit your poem, send you a copy of the published song, and what was the rest of it, Miss Miller?
Send it to a nationwide radio network.
Yeah,
remember that,
That's
Chief.
right, that's right. Oh, and finally, you get a phonograph recording of your song made by an... let's see, where's that wording? Oh, here. Made by an internationally famous star of stage and screen.
Boy, that's some $10 worth.
That's my impression, too. You know, it's strange how one of these crops up every so often. You'd think people would learn.
Oh, not poets, Chief.
No.
I have a cousin who sends me his latest masterpieces every week.
Sure, and that's how these bums stay in business.
Yes, well, let's put this one out of business, Harrington. Check on it, will you, and let me know.
Oh, Harry, for Pete's sake. The kid's been hanging around for 3 days.
Kid, Pet? What kid?
Tim Newton. He's sitting out in the other office.
No, Tim, yeah. Fine boy, Dolly. Great talent.
Great talent, my foot. He's got a 10 spot for every one of his drippy poems, you mean.
He has more?
Yeah, bucketful. Only... Oh, I don't think you ought to do it, Harry. Honest.
We don't quite do it honest, Pet.
Very funny. But, Harry, he's such a nice boy. Yeah, and he's getting sore, too.
Oh?
Yeah, well, why wouldn't he? This stump don't exactly look like big dough, you know.
My dear girl, some of the finest songs in the business have come out of modest surroundings.
Yeah.
Why, when I was in vaudeville, I found numbers practically anywhere.
That I can guess.
Huh?
I still say get rid of the kid. Send him back where he came from before he gets too smart.
Hey, this is unlike you, Dolly. Is the boy by any chance attractive?
Who, me?
Just a thought, just a thought. I'll have a talk with him today, perhaps run over a few of his ethics with him.
Well, I still say get rid of him now before he gets smartened up.
Tell you what, baby doll, just a few more taps at his till, and away he goes. All right?
He's getting sore, Harry.
Oh, nonsense. He'll go home singing. Oh, in the meantime, Pet,
Yeah.
be nice to him. Poets, you know, they have a tender soul.
Well, I guess that about cleans up my little black book, Chief. And he's a cinch for a conviction?
I think so, Harrington. Who was assigned to the trial, Miss Miller?
Fred, Chief. Jack's assisting.
Oh, good. Ask them to go over it with me when they're ready, will you please?
Yes, sir.
Now, anything else, Harrington?
Well, I slapped a discon charge on Weepin' Willie, Chief. I told you about him.
Did it stick?
He was up in front of Judge Higgs this morning. He drew 3 years.
I have the verdict report on that, Chief.
Yeah, fine. Oh, what about our song publishing friends, Harrington? Any progress?
Chief, there's a lot of up-and-up music publishers in this county, but I don't think our Great White Way boys are one of them.
No? Are they licensed?
They are not.
I see. Who's running the show?
Well, as near as I can get it, Chief, a guy named Harry Madison. Yeah, one of the boys that helped kill Vaudeville. And a dame named Dolly Racine.
Who?
She's the international star of stage and screen, Miss Miller.
She sounds like it.
Yeah, the whole thing's as phony as they come, Chief. Give me a couple of days to seal it up, and I'll take them.
Now, my boy, let's just get a few kinks ironed out here, and we'll be all set. Just read me the first line again.
Not today, Harry. I'm tired.
Nonsense. Now, Tim.
The catfish are a-biting down in Honeysuckle Bay.
They'll do it every time.
That's the first line, Miss Racine. Like I said, I wrote this one when I was fishing.
No.
Yeah.
Did you hear that, Dolly?
Yeah.
An outdoor song. Woodsy stuff. Goes over big, my boy.
You think so, Mr. Madison?
Think? Why, I know. Now, we'll just get the old piano warmed up, and we'll let it go.
We got to do it now, Harry?
No time like the present, Dolly. Got the recording machine on?
Wait a second.
You make records on that?
Finest equipment in the world, my boy. Made it myself. Ready, Dolly?
Give me the words.
Oh, here they are, Miss Racine, on my manuscript.
All set? 1, 2.
The catfish are a-biting down in Honeysuckle Bay. The moon's a feather pillow on which my head to lay.
Not now, son. Go on, Dolly.
But you've got the wrong tune, Mr. Madison.
What do you mean, the wrong tune?
Well, that's the tune you used before, remember? My poem about the way the sun shines on the cornfield?
My dear young man, I never use the same melody twice.
But that's the same one, though, and I think it sounds like the other ones, too.
Harry.
Never mind, Dolly. Look, son, I've been turning out hits since before you were born. I know music.
Oh, I know that, Mr. Madison.
Good. Now, shall we make the record, Dolly?
Now?
Not with that tune, Mr. Madison. That ain't fair.
Harry, maybe we ought...
Stay out of this, Pet. What isn't fair, my boy?
Using the same tune for all my poems. I've been thinking, Mr. Madison, you ain't just playing square about this thing.
Uh-huh.
Dolly, be quiet. You have a complaint, Tim?
Well, just that it ain't fair, Mr. Madison. You say in the ad you write special music for my words.
Go on.
But you don't. It's the same thing over and over, and while I'm getting it off my chest, Mr. Madison, it ain't fair about her, too.
Oh? Now, just a second. What ain't fair about me?
The way the ad says my song will get recorded by an international star.
Well?
Heck, Miss Racine, you don't sound like a star at all.
I don't, huh? Why, you small-time hit. Where do you get off making a crack like that?
No, there's no need to get sore, Miss Racine. I just think you folks are cheating people, that's all.
Why, you bum, you two-for-nickel...
Hold it, Dolly. All right, young man. You're dissatisfied with our service? We will give you your $10 back.
Oh, it ain't that, Mr. Madison.
No, I insist. Get him $10, Dolly.
No, don't do that, Miss Racine. It ain't the money so much, it's the principle of the thing.
It's what?
Cheating folks this way. That's a phone you got there?
Phone? What for?
It ain't easy to get me mad, Mr. Madison, but you got no right making people out fools this way.
Who are you calling?
Policeman?
Harry!
I figure we can just sit down and have a little talk about this, Mr. Madison. I've been thinking about it a long time now.
Harry, do something, Harry!
Put down the phone, son.
Not now, Mr. Madison. In fact, the more I think, the madder I get.
I said put down the phone.
Harry, stop him for crying out loud,
Now, there's
Harry.
no need to get all excited, Miss Racine. I just wanted to be sure. Hello, operator?
Crazy country jerk.
Operator, I wonder if you can tell me how best...
Harry, no!
Oh.
Gee, Harry. You knocked him cold.
Dumb pluck. Pick up the phone, Dolly.
Yeah. What'd you hit him with?
Just a paperweight. He'll come around. Pick up the phone.
Yeah. Crazy kid. Now what'll we tell him?
Oh, I'll get rid of him somehow. What's the matter?
Hey, Harry. This Tim Newton.
What?
Gee, Harry. He's dead.
Tim Newton, amateur poet, would-be songwriter, dead. We'll hear the next development of this unusual case in just a moment. But first, tell me, Jan, what's your pet superstition?
My pet superstition? Well, when I spill salt, I always throw some over my left shoulder to avoid bad luck.
How about you, Bob?
I'm one who believes in knocking on wood.
Yes, lots of us have little superstitions. But it takes more than some pet superstition to help you avoid a troublesome day. For example, if you wake up in the morning feeling dull and logy because you need a laxative.
You take Sal Hepatica, eh, Fred?
Right. A sparkling glass of Sal Hepatica when you get up brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. And that means you don't have to feel dull and logy all day waiting until night to take the laxative you needed in the morning.
In addition, if you're troubled with excess gastric acidity, Sal Hepatica helps sweeten your stomach.
So keep a bottle of Sal Hepatica handy. Then anytime you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better thanks to gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica. And now back to Mr. District Attorney.
They got the guy's body up on the pier, Chief. You want to take a look?
Yes, I think so, Harrington, as long as we're here. Who discovered it?
Yeah, one of the dock hands. It ain't been in the water very long.
Over here?
Yeah, under the blanket. All right, Johnson, I'll watch it.
Okay, Harrington.
Oh, hello, Johnson.
Hello, dear.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Young boy.
Yeah. Thought as long as you were on your way home, Chief, you might as well see it.
Yes, I'm glad you called. Any identification?
No, nothing too good so far. Some kind of book in his pocket. I'll dry it out.
Death due to drowning?
Well, that's one reason I called, Chief. I'm not sure. Here, look. Look at that bump on the side of his head.
Yes, I was just noticing. Has the examiner been called?
Yeah, he'll be waiting when they bring the body in.
Now, strange. Suicides are usually careful to avoid hitting anything in the water.
Yeah, and they usually don't clean out their pockets this way either, Chief.
No. I think you'd better follow through on this, Harrington. Are you on something else?
Just that song publishing thing.
Yes, well, I'll check on that for you. Stick with this, if you will. It might be murder.
Dolly, you gotta stop thinking about it. It's done. Forget it.
But you killed him, Harry. Gee, I never meant for nothing like that to happen.
Neither did I, but it's done, ain't it? Now we just gotta be sure everything is covered up.
But what about his hometown? They'll know he came to see us.
What?
Well, you know how it is. Small town boy goes off to the big city. He's bound to have talked about it.
Yeah. Yeah, he would.
And sooner or later they'll wonder what happened to him, won't they?
All right. So he never got here, that's all. We never saw him.
But suppose he rode home while he was here. Suppose he told somebody we were recording his songs.
Yeah.
Okay. So we did see him, but he left. Get it? He started back home.
Then what?
Well, after that, we don't know nothing. Hey, wait a minute. We can cinch it.
How?
We'll send him a letter.
Hmm?
You know, glad to have seen him in the city. Hope he got home okay. That kind of thing.
To prove he left here all right.
Sure.
Huh? Yeah, Harry.
Say, we'll even do better than that. We'll send him one of his records. We got one, haven't we?
One? Dozens. Look at that pile.
Okay, we'll send him one. Then, when anybody asks us, we're surprised, see? Shocked. We don't know a thing.
Chief?
Yes.
Harrington.
Yes, Harrington. What is it?
Well, I'm over at the lab, Chief. On that kid we fished out of the river last night?
Oh, yes, yes. What about him? Any identification?
No, not yet, but I did get something. There's a bookstore label in that book we found on him.
Oh?
Yeah, it's kind of a crazy book, too. It's what they call a rhyming dictionary.
I see.
Yeah. If you don't want me, Chief, I thought I'd take a run out and check on who bought the book. It ought to be easy to trace.
You run out where?
Collinsville, about 50 miles west, okay?
Oh, all right. Sure. Go right ahead. Oh, and on that Great White Way song publishing matter.
Oh, yeah, Chief. My report's on my desk.
Yes, I've seen it. There's no need to wait for you, Harrington. I'll close that case while you're gone.
How much mail, Dolly? Did you pick it up?
22 letters.
Well, we're doing better. Much better.
Harry.
Yes, Pet?
Harry, I was thinking, couldn't we quit? Well, maybe just for a while, even.
Quit? When we're getting 22 letters a day?
We don't get that many every day. Besides, well, it seems kind of low.
Huh?
Like he said that night, like cheating people.
Dolly, some people were meant to be cheated. Besides, we do what we promise them. I print a copy of their song for them, don't I?
Yeah.
Well.
One copy. Same as the gag about sending one to a radio network.
Okay, who says anything about what the network does with the song? We send it. That's the big thing.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
You'll be fine, Pet. See who's there.
I guess so. Maybe I think too much.
That I doubt, Pet.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Is this the Great White Way Music Publishing Company?
It is.
Good. My name is Howard. James Porter Howard.
Yeah?
Oh, permit me to introduce myself, sir. Howard. James Porter Howard.
So, what's the trouble?
Trouble? Why, my dear Mr.
Madison's the name,
My
son.
dear Mr. Madison, there's no trouble. Not now. You see, sir, I have brought you my poem.
Oh, you write poetry.
Oh, I do indeed. Yes, indeed. And you, I understand, have been favored by the other muse?
How's that again?
Well, in short, my verses, your music. Together, a fortune. Am I not right?
Look, Mr. Howard, before you get unwound, there's a fee goes with this kind of thing, you know.
Naturally. I've read your advertisement, Mr. Madison. That's why I'm here. Now come then, can't we do business?
Well, sit down, Mr. Howard.
Thank you.
Take off your coat.
Thank you.
Get the man a chair, Dolly.
Huh? Oh, sure.
And dust it off. Yes, sir. We can do business just fine.
Miss Miller, you're sure you don't know where the chief is, huh?
Harrington, for heaven's sake, calm down. He went out, I tell you.
Calm down, Miss Miller. What I got here in this little bag is a bum shell. I got to find the chief.
Well, I told you he probably won't be back at all. He said something about stopping at that publishing place and then going on home when he was finished.
Yes, what? Music publishing?
Yes.
Holy smoke, you mean my boy? The Great White Way outfit?
That's right. He read your report and decided to make the arrest himself.
Oh, no.
Why, what's the matter?
Call a car, Miss
What?
Miller. Come on, step on it. This is much worse than the chief thinks.
You have it right, Mr. Howard.
Yes?
For $10, I write music to fit your poem. And I'll give you a printed copy.
Well, imagine that.
Yeah, and a recording, Mr. Howard.
Yes.
We guarantee to send it to a big radio network.
But I am delighted. Hey, you'll take my $10 now?
What?
Sure. Makes everything easy to keep track of.
Yes, here you are, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Howard.
And thank you. That does it. I think you're both for arrest.
Arrest?
Hey,
That's right.
Hey, what kind
Who are you?
The district attorney, Madison. Now, come on, get your hats and coats, both of you. I've wasted enough time.
Harry, do something.
Listen, you can't pinch us. What for?
For fraud. Now, do you come downstairs, or should I ask one of the officers?
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Harrington.
You all right?
All right. Why, of course, Miss Miller. Why shouldn't I be?
Hey, now, listen.
Talk to him, Harry, please.
Chief, you pinched him?
That's right, Harrington, for fraud.
Yeah, well, you can change it if you want to, Chief, to murder.
Murder?
No, Harry, don't let him.
Shut up, Dolly.
Chief, it's true. Look, Harrington, there's a phonograph over here.
Have you got a minute, Chief? This
Sure.
record is really hot. Can you work it, Miss Miller?
Sure, it's easy, Harrington. Now, just let me get the record.
No, just a second. You can't bust in here like
Quiet,
that.
Madison. You're already under arrest. All right, go on, Harrington. Let's hear that record.
Yeah, just the last part will do it, Miss Miller.
Okay.
Gee, Harry, you knocked him cold.
Dumb cluck. Pick up the phone, Dolly.
Stand still, you two.
Yeah. What'd you hit him with?
Just the paperweight. He'll come around. Pick up the phone.
Yeah. Crazy kid. Now what'll we tell him?
Oh, I'll get rid of him somehow. What's the matter?
Hey, Harry. This Tim Newton.
Where do you hear this, Chief?
What?
Gee, Harry. He's dead.
Heard enough, Chief?
Yes, plenty. Turn it off, Miss Miller.
Harry, no, do something, Harry.
Sorry,
What are you
Dolly.
standing there for?
I'm afraid the two of you have already done quite enough. Come on, Harrington, let's go.
Your district attorney will return in just a moment to bring you the solution to tonight's case. But first, to every girl, a word about one of your greatest assets, your natural good looks.
Every girl was born with at least one touch of beauty, one claim to charm. I mean that warm, winning beauty in her smile, in your smile.
Make the most of your smile. Remember to give your smile the thoughtful care it deserves. Remember that Ipana toothpaste is good for your smile.
Remember the fact.
According to a nationwide survey, dentists recommend Ipana 2-to-1 over any other dentifrice. And what's more, these dentists prefer Ipana 2-to-1 for their own personal use over any other toothpaste on the market.
Ipana cleans teeth clean, safely too. And followed by gentle massage promotes the health of your gums.
Help your dentist help your smile. Begin now getting your Ipana smile.
Taste the freshness, feel the cleanness, see the sparkle. See how you look with an Ipana smile.
Just try Ipana. Ipana toothpaste. Now here is your district attorney.
I'm happy to report that with Harrington's unusual evidence against them, ladies and gentlemen, Harry Madison and Dolly will pay the full penalty demanded for the murder of Tim Newton.
That was certainly something, wasn't it, Harrington?
Routine, Miss Miller. After the medical examiner said Tim Newton died from a blow on the head, I started to follow up the lead.
Yes, the label on his rhyming dictionary took you out to his hometown, didn't it, Harrington?
That's right, Chief. It was easy to trace the dictionary to him because it was the only one they'd sold in years.
And then while you were there getting the whole story, that recording arrived addressed to him in the mail.
Sure, of course we had a pretty good case without it, Miss Miller. But the record sure clinched the deal.
Yes, I'll say it did. As we know now, Dolly didn't turn off the recording machine at the time of Tim Newton's death.
Yes, and what's worse, she sent that same record in the mail, thinking it was just another one of his songs.
Boy, oh boy, I guess they never learned. The old battle goes right on.
That's right, Harrington. And speaking of battles, I wonder how many people realize that there are thousands of our boys still overseas on occupation duty. Many also on duty here at home.
Yes, that's quite right, Miss Miller. And just as in past years, we can show our appreciation for the job they're doing through our Red Cross. Wherever American forces are stationed, our Red Cross is on duty, helping them with personal and family problems, lending a friendly hand in military hospitals, too.
That's a pretty big job, isn't it, Chief?
Yes, a tremendous job. One that will need the support of all of us. And it's another reason, friends, why your contribution to the Red Cross right now is so important. Give and give generously to your local Red Cross drive. Remember, as our president says, many times a year the people turn to the Red Cross. And once a year the Red Cross turns to the people. And that time is now.
Right. Oh, Chief, what about next week?
Well, next week, ladies and gentlemen, our story concerns a man and his love for his daughter. It's a tremendously dramatic story I'm sure you'll enjoy. It's the case of the grand old man. And I cordially invite you to join us for it. And so until then, thank you and good night.
It's new. It's quick. It's Benex. Benex. The new brushless wonder shave that wilts your whiskers so they whisk off like Mr. Try Benex. The special beard softening formula makes your beard 1/5 water, makes whisker cutting a breeze. Benex doesn't clog your razor, instantly rinses off razor and hands, which all adds up to quick, easy, comfortable shaves. Get Benex. Benex. Benex Brushless Shave Cream.
The names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were Jay Jostin in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeden. The program is produced and directed by Edward A. Byram and written by Robert Shaw. Mr. District Attorney was originated by Philip H. Lord. Remember, Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Bristol Myers invites you to tune in again next week for Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the CBS Radio Network presents Gangbusters. Gangbusters, the only national program that brings you authentic police case histories, has asked Lieutenant Thomas J. McGrath, retired, Chicago Police Department, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Lieutenant McGrath.
Thank you. And good evening, Gangbusters listeners. Because state boundaries and city limits mean nothing to a criminal, the police of one jurisdiction must often call upon those in another for assistance in trapping a fugitive. Such assistance is invariably offered most generously for many reasons. Principally, because a fugitive loose in a city will eventually become a lawbreaker there. To show how it works, let's begin one summer afternoon a few years ago in the city of Chicago. In a lunchroom on Madison Street, west of the river, a man in his middle 30s sat at a table waiting for the waitress to bring his order. He also kept his eyes on the front door. Finally, another man arrived and walked to his table.
Hello, Nicky. How are you, John? Long time no see. Sit down. Yeah. When you called and said it was you, I thought somebody was kidding. What you doing back in Chicago, Nicky? I missed the lake. Came back to look at the water. Things get too hot on the coast? Something like that. How you fix for cash? Don't tell me you're giving it away. Off your press. Always in the market for good merchandise. Well, maybe we can do some business, John. If your prices have come up any. Show me what you got. I'll put a price on it. I landed in town. The place looked strange to me. Well, things change in 10 years, Nicky. I didn't know it so I said to myself, Nicky, maybe old John is still in business. I look you up in the telephone book, and what do you know? There you are at the same old stand. How's the cleaning and pressing business, John? It's all right for a sideline. Bring whatever you got around. I'll make you a deal. Got one piece with me. Let's see it. Sure. Things are hot on the coast, huh? Lukewarm. Diamond ring. Genuine antique. I'm going to stick around Chicago, John. I got myself a 2-bit job in a wholesale grocer's. Job's a good thing. 500 on the ring, Nicky. Give it back. Genuine antique. Okay, suit yourself.
Here you are, mister. Oh. Hi, John.
A hamburger, Liz. Not too well. A cup of coffee.
Okay, John. Hey, that's a nice ring. You're telling me? It's the kind of ring a girl dreams about.
Go on, Liz. We're talking business.
Oh, you know it's business.
Bet you don't break your back on that job, Nicky.
Just a few pencil points. I'm a checker.
What'd you call that waitress, Liz?
Yeah, why?
Not a bad-looking trick.
Well, maybe I can fix it up for you.
I can do my own fixing.
Yeah? Here she comes. See how far you can get.
You want your coffee now, John?
No, later.
Okay. How's the beef, mister?
Great. What there is of it. Say, I've been away a long time. Maybe you'd like to show me a few of the new spots around.
And maybe I wouldn't. What do you have for dessert?
Apple pie's not bad here, Nicky.
If a girl treats me right, I treat her right.
Do you want dessert or don't you? I got 5 of the tables.
Apple pie sounds okay. No, John, I don't think I'll sell you the ring. No, I don't think so.
Well, it's up to you.
I can find some use for it, I guess.
Do you want coffee with a pie or something?
How about it, kid?
Okay, mister. You've got a date.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, at about that same time, another man arrived in Chicago from the West Coast. He was Sergeant Ed Sully of the Homicide Bureau, Los Angeles Police Department. He checked his bag at the LaSalle Street station and took a cab to the police building at 11th and State, where he was immediately shown to the office of Lieutenant Peter Sucor.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Oh, come and sit down.
Yeah, thanks.
How was the trip?
All right, fine, I guess.
Oh, this is Detective Joe Cicedi. Sergeant Sully.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, you got a hotel?
Yeah, I got a reservation at the Royal.
Oh, it's a nice place. Where's your bag, Sergeant? Outside?
No, I checked it in the station.
Well, we can pick it up later. Now, this guy, Nicky Small, we haven't got anything on him here. He was never arrested here under that name.
No, I don't guess he was. We don't think he started to use that name till he got out to the coast. He was picked up out there for investigation of robbery a couple of times and released. I brought along some mug shots and set of prints on them.
Oh, good, good. Sass, send these prints up to the DI and have them checked out, will you?
Yeah, sure, Lieutenant. By the way.
So, how long has it been since this Nicky left Chicago?
Oh, 8-9 years.
It's a long time.
The information we got says that at that time he hung out on Madison Street near the river.
It's a lot of territory. And rough territory.
Prints are on their way up, Lieutenant.
Oh, good. Who'd he kill anyway, this Nicky?
Well, he and 3 others tried to shake a restaurant owner. They found his money and beat him to death.
Nice boys.
We got 3 of them. They told us Nicky originally came from Chicago, and they thought he was headed back here.
Well, pretty much of a long shot.
In addition to the cash, they took some jewelry. Nicky's part of the jewelry was an antique diamond ring.
Well, yeah, I saw the circular on that. That she sent the circular along with the letter. What do you think, Sass?
We can try.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Sergeant. Sass will drive you over for your bag and get you settled in the hotel, then we'll start checking around that neighborhood. Okay?
It's okay with me, Lieutenant.
We'll help you find him if he's here.
Well, after coming 2,000 miles, he better be here.
Finish your drink, Liz, baby. There's more where that came from. I don't need any help from you. I can finish it without you putting your arm around me. What kind of a sport are you anyway? Not the kind of sport you think, Nicky. Now, keep your distance. If I'd have known it was going to be like this, I wouldn't have given you a second look in the restaurant. Oh, I got a lasso and dragged you out with me. What's the matter, Liz? Don't I appeal to you? In a way, yeah. What do you mean, in a way? You're okay, Nicky, but I wouldn't want you to get the wrong impression. And it ain't no burning romance. You said you wanted a little company. Here I am, company. What are you fishing for, kid? Me? Fishing? I got your tag, baby. The minute I flashed that ring, your eyes popped out. Hey, what do you take me for? I don't blame you, baby. Anybody'd like that ring. But like I told John, I got a use for it. Oh? What do you say, kid? Come here. Stay away from me. Stay away. Oh, okay. In a public place, I never. Well, I was just getting up close to tell you. The ring is for you. For me? Yeah. You don't mean it. Didn't I say it? Nicky. Oh, where is it? Let's see it.
Now, you don't think I'd carry a valuable ring like that around with me?
No, I guess you wouldn't.
When I give a present, I give what suits the lady. How about tomorrow night?
What time will you be by, Nicky?
Same time, baby. And dial up. Dial up good. You got a real surprise, Kelly. Now, how about that other drink?
Well, Nicky, I can't hardly finish this one if you're holding me so tight. But it's nice.
So, Gangbusters listeners, as the fugitive was getting settled in Chicago, detectives began the tremendous job of canvassing the district west of the Chicago River between Madison Street and Cermak Road, showing the fugitive's photograph to merchants, hotel clerks, and rooming house operators. Late the next afternoon, Sergeant Sully and Lieutenant Sucor were walking together down Madison Street.
Well, I guess it's pretty hopeless, Lieutenant.
Yeah, 8 or 9 years is a long time, Ed.
Lieutenant, I can't ask you fellows to waste any more time.
The files are full of cases that have been cleared because a little time was wasted on them. We'll stick with her till we...
Hello, Lieutenant. Ed?
Any luck, Sass?
No, not a nibble. I flashed Nicky's picture at every shopkeeper on the side streets all the way down to the park. Oh, they ought to make these sidewalks softer.
Well, how about Malloy?
He's working the other side. He ought to be along any minute.
What do you say, Ed? You willing to call it a day?
Sure, Lieutenant. Some of the stores are closing anyway. There's no need of you fellas going any farther with it. I'll cover the rest of the neighborhood myself tomorrow.
That's a big order, Ed. We'll stick with you one more day. How about it?
You got a deal.
Come on, Sass. Let's find Malloy and get out of here.
Lieutenant, you got another deal.
Back to Gangbusters in a moment. Here are some sensible thoughts for amateurs in the investment field. Before you turn to any type of investment, you should have a cash reserve for emergencies. And before you turn to speculative investments, you should have a growing amount of non-speculative United States defense bonds, whose interest is guaranteed. Remember, the new U.S. defense bond is worth more quicker. It builds up towards the full 3% interest on a much faster time scale, so that even if your bonds must be cashed in before full maturity, they pay much more than before. Regular bond purchases are patriotism with profit. Where you bank or where you work, buy U.S. defense bonds regularly. They help America, and they help you to future security. And now back to Gangbusters.
Okay, all right. Hi, Nicky. Come in.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, this is not a bad place you got here, Liz. Not bad at all.
I call it home. You like my dress?
Yeah, it's nice.
Well, sit down, Nicky. Make yourself comfortable.
Come here, baby.
And Nicky, I just put my lipstick on.
Did you?
Nicky, is that package for me?
Well, that depends.
Oh, honey.
What's your lipstick?
Who cares for lipstick?
Yeah, I guess this package is for you.
Gee, kind of a big package for a ring.
Well, I had to do a job of wrapping for something that fitted you so perfectly.
I guess you did.
Well, go on, open it.
Oh, sure. Oh, this is really something. It's just a... Nicky. What is this, anyway?
Just what it looks like. A bottle of pickled onions. We got 1 million of them where I work. You want some more?
Why, you...
Yeah, go on.
What do you think I am?
I'll tell you what you are. Trying to con me out of that ring.
Go on, get out of here.
I just want you to know that nobody plays me for a chump. Nobody. Nobody, understand?
Please.
You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Let's see if you understand this. Oh, yeah?
Yeah, please.
Okay. As long as you understand. That kind of stuff might go with some of those jerks around that hash house, but not me. Remember that.
Get out of here.
You don't have to coax me, baby. I'm gone. Hope you enjoy the onions.
Nicky, here.
You're lucky, Liz. You're lucky you got such a rotten name. For crying out loud, John, will you stop that pressing and talk business with me? I want to make a deal for this stuff.
Look, Nicky, in the first place, nobody asked you to come. In the second place, a customer's coming back for this suit in half an hour. I promised him it'd be pressed.
What's more important, the cleaning business or making a deal for this stuff? I got to get back on the job.
Somebody's come in out front.
It's not that guy for a suit already.
How should I know? You wait here. Good afternoon. Something I can do?
We're from the police department.
Is something the matter?
No, we'd just like you to take a look at this picture. Tell us if you know this man.
This man?
Yeah. Is he a customer? Have you ever seen him around the neighborhood?
No.
He doesn't look familiar to you?
No.
Are you the only one who waits on trade here?
That's a small business.
Who's that in the back you were talking to?
Nobody. Just a customer getting his pants pressed. No, I never have seen this fella.
Come on, Ed.
Much obliged to you.
So long. And, thanks.
It's okay. Anytime.
Go ahead, Lieutenant.
You. Nicky, you know what that was? Cops.
Cops?
Yeah, and they flashed your picture.
You're kidding.
No, I don't kid about this kind of thing. You're hot, Nicky. You better move. Get packed. Get out.
All right, okay, I'll move. Stop pressing that suit. They might be hanging around.
Yeah.
Well, Lieutenant, I guess we might as well call it quits after today, huh? Oh, we still have a little while to go, Ed. Only takes one break. Yeah, but where is it? Yeah. How about a cup of coffee? Sure, why not? Come on, we'll duck into that place there. Doesn't look too bad. No, not too bad. Go on. Counter or table? Well, how about that table there? Good enough. Well, nobody can say we didn't try.
What'll it be, gentlemen? Lunch?
No, just coffee from me.
Coffee.
Coffee here, too, and a piece of pie.
We got apple, cherry, lemon meringue, peach, coconut.
Apple's okay.
2 coffees, 1 apple pie.
Miss,
Listen, I don't go out with the customers.
we're police officers.
Yeah? So?
Take a look at this picture. Tell me if you ever saw the man in here, will you?
Well, yeah, sure. If you... Hey, it's Nicky.
What, you know him?
Yeah. What's he done?
When'd you see him?
Gee, last night I was out with him.
You know where he lives?
No.
Or where he works?
No. We were only out twice. He never told me a thing. Honest, nothing. Only met him in here. He came in with old John that runs a cleaning and pressing place.
In the next block?
Yeah, that's John.
Do you think Nicky will come back here again?
If he does, I'll kill him. I almost killed him last night, that dirty rot. What's the use of talking to me?
What happened?
He's supposed to give me a present, the Chisler. Do you know what he gives me? A bottle of onions, a bottle of pickled onions. The wise guy didn't cost him a cent. He told me he got him where he works.
And where's that?
I don't know, I told you. Some wholesale grocer, I guess.
Where are the onions? Have you still got them?
I threw the bottle at him. It broke. Hey, what's going on? What's he done?
Plenty.
I can imagine.
What's your name?
Liz Truman. No relation. What did he do, anyway?
He's wanted for murder.
Murder?
Yeah.
Oh, murder. Brother.
All right, Liz. We'll call you when we need you. Go take care of your table.
Yeah, murder. Brother.
Well, there's your break. Yeah. We ought to start checking all the wholesale grocers around here. Well, the first thing I'd better call in and get 2 men to stake this place out. It's a good idea. He might show back here. What about this John? We'll stake his store out, too. Huh? Feel better, Ed? Yeah. A lot better. We were fishing without even a line. Now, at least we've got a hook. We'll come up with a fish, too. Just wait.
Hello?
Hello, John. Nicky. Gotta see you.
I got the store staked out, Nicky. Stay away.
What about the merchandise? I gotta make a sale.
You want to land us both in a can? Stay away.
I bought a car. I need the cash. I'm pulling out tomorrow afternoon.
Well, you better start pulling out right now. You're hot.
The car won't be ready.
Get off the wire, Nicky.
Listen, John.
Well, I got to get off the wire. So long, Nicky. Good luck.
Ed.
Yeah.
Hello, Lieutenant. No sign of him around here.
Get in.
Yeah. What's doing?
So Seeley located the place where he works. What? Yeah. It's a wholesale grocer's.
That's a break, Lieutenant.
I don't know. He didn't show up on the job today.
Oh, I knew it was too good to be true.
Today's payday, and he's got a week's pay coming.
If he thinks we're close to him, he'd be a fool to show up for it.
Well, let's play him for being a fool. We'll stake the place out and hope for the best.
So, Gangbusters listeners, officers who are working to trap the elusive killer arrange an around-the-clock watch at the wholesale grocery warehouse. The next morning, Lieutenant Sucor and Sergeant Sully, dressed in work clothes, loafed near the entrance to the loft building in which the warehouse was located.
Ed, I got a sneaky suspicion this John tipped him off. I hate to say it, but it doesn't much look like he'll show up here or anyplace else in town.
Like I said, if he's got any sense, he won't.
Well, he seems to be a pretty cute operator.
Wait a minute. Look at that guy.
Where?
He's headed this way. That looks like him.
Yeah, some.
He's turning into the building.
Let's check him out.
Same build, all right.
I got the door. There he is, at the elevator. Sass is on the elevator. He'll make him, too. Okay. Did you ring it up, pal?
Yeah, I rang it.
Nice day out.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'd like to go see the Sox play.
Here we are.
Up, going up. 5.
6, please.
5.
Listen, Nicky.
Listen to me. What's the idea?
Stop, Sass.
Yeah. What are you...
We're police officers, Nicky. Hold still.
Don't move.
Now, listen.
Don't move, I said. Nothing on him.
What do you expect to find?
Okay, Sass. Take it down.
Yeah. Hey, what's the idea? I just come to collect my pay. I'm a working man.
I'm going to collect a lot more, Nicky. Back in Los Angeles.
Oh.
That. Yeah, that. It's a rap for murder.
So, Gangbusters listeners, this killer was flushed out from among 3 million people by Los Angeles and Chicago officers. He was returned to Los Angeles and placed on trial for murder with his confederates in the crime. All were found guilty and are now serving maximum sentences of life imprisonment in various California institutions.
Thank you, Lieutenant Thomas J. McGrath. Now, Gangbusters Nationwide Clue, broadcast every week as a public service to assist American police in their war against the underworld. Attention all citizens. Be on the alert for John Othello Evans, wanted by the FBI for unlawful flight to avoid confinement for the crime of robbery. Listen carefully to his official description.
Age 33, 5 feet 8 inches, 150 pounds, slender build, brown hair thinning, blue eyes, fair complexion, scar on upper lip, has tattoos on inner right forearm of a scroll with the names Stanley and John and the year 1937. Tattoo on left forearm of girl's head. He may seek work as a restaurant worker or punch press operator.
Caution. Evans may be armed and should be considered dangerous. If you have any information concerning this clue, notify your local police, the nearest office of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or Gangbusters at once. Tonight's Gangbusters case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by Leonard L. Bass, with Ralph Bell, Joe Julian, and M.C. Strickland in leading roles. The entire production was supervised for CBS Radio by John Ives. Stuart Metz speaking. Gangbusters, a production of CBS Radio in cooperation with Phillips H. Lord, is brought to you each week, same time, same CBS station. For top Sunday night drama, don't miss your Playhouse on Broadway, co-starring a nationally known actor or actress with a college drama school student, adding to the drama of a good story the human interest of a newcomer's first big chance at stardom. Also Sunday nights on CBS Radio, listen for Inner Sanctum, where the atmosphere keeps cool in spite of the weather, where there are chills and thrills for every member of the family. Tomorrow night, enjoy Playhouse on Broadway and Inner Sanctum for two rattling good stories on most of these same CBS radio stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Today's adventure, starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Even though she's 79 years old and confined to a wheelchair, Mrs. Wright still enjoys picnics. And since her two great-grandnephews, John and Charles, expect to inherit the Wright Pharmaceutical Company one day, they're always willing to go along. One day early last fall, Charles' wife, Janet, wheeled old Mrs. Wright to the picnic grounds in a secluded corner of the estate and stopped the car near the edge of a cliff overhanging the river.
How's this, Aunt Madge? Just fine, Janet. Oh, I've always loved this view, looking down at the river. Like being on top of the world. It is beautiful. Where are the boys? They went back into the woods looking for dead branches to build a fire with wine. I wanted Charles to go back to the house for my shawl, but you might know he wouldn't be around when I need him. I'll get it for you, Aunt Madge. Thank you, Janet. I'll be right back. Oh, still wish she'd married Johnny instead of Charles. Oh, well. This is a beautiful spot up here with the sun. Johnny, take your hand away from my eyes. I know it's you. Where are you wheeling me to, Johnny? Johnny! Charles! Johnny! Get your hand off my eyes. Oh, no!
It's a miracle you didn't drown, Mrs. Wright. If those two fishermen hadn't seen you fall in and got to you in time.
Well, they did.
Are you sure you're well enough to talk, Mrs. Wright?
Yes, of course I am. But, Aunt Madge, you know what Dr. Myron said about your heart. No, pneumonia left this week. May quit any time. All the more reason this thing has to be closed now.
But, Aunt Madge, I don't...
Mr. Carter, I sent for you to tell you someone has tried to murder me.
You mean someone deliberately pushed your wheelchair over the cliff?
Exactly.
But, Aunt Madge, no one was near that part of the estate but Tom and Charles and me. And the boys were in the woods gathering firewood.
I know it wasn't you, Janet. Well, that was a man's hand over my eyes. And Johnny wouldn't he? He loves his old aunt.
Then you think it was your other nephew, Charles?
I know it was, and I want you to prove it, Mr. Carter.
I'm afraid you're asking the impossible, Mrs. Wright.
Why?
Well, don't you see, this all happened 3 weeks ago. Even if there were any clues, they'd be gone by now.
Invested Charles. You'll find something, I'll be bound.
I don't understand you, Aunt Madge. Talking about your own nephew like this, and in front of me, his wife.
I'd just as soon say it to his face. Even as a boy, Charles used to sneak and lie and steal money out of my purse. I could see the difference between him and John even then.
You've never given Charles a chance.
I put them both through the same school, didn't I? Trained them both chemists so they could take over the business together someday, didn't I? And what happened? Charles went into real estate.
With no more reason than that. You're accusing him. Oh, Aunt Madge, you're being unfair.
All right. I'll show you whether I'm unfair or not. Mr. Carter, I want you to investigate both Charles and John.
Very well, Mrs. Wright.
And let me know what you find out as soon as you can.
I will. In the meantime, be careful.
He won't try it again. I fixed that.
You fixed it? How?
My lawyer was here this morning, and I changed my will.
You did what?
Changed my will. The way it stands now, I'm leaving everything to John.
Aunt Madge, how could you?
Maybe I'll change it back later. But I want Charles to know that if anything happens to me before I do, he won't get a red cent. That's So soon, Carter? It's only been 3 days, hasn't it?
Well, there wasn't a great deal to find out.
How nice you look, Mrs. Wright. You must be feeling a lot better.
I wouldn't be out of bed if I wasn't. This is Aunt Madge's 80th birthday, and we're getting ready to have a little party.
Oh.
Never mind that, Janet. I want to hear what Carter found out.
Well, frankly, Mrs. Wright, what I've learned doesn't prove a thing.
I'll decide that.
Okay. First of all, your nephew, John Wright, seems to be a pretty steady young fellow. No bad habits or associates. Lives within his income, saves regularly, and so on.
I could have told you that. What about Charles?
Well, Patsy can read that part of the report to you. Go ahead, Patsy.
Right, Nick. Charles Wright. Credit rating very poor. Business heavily mortgaged. Overdue loan at the First Community Bank. Several large personal loans. I don't see any reason for parading Charles' business difficulties.
Be quiet, Janet. What else, young lady?
3 days before Mrs. Wright's accident, Charles Wright attempted to consolidate his debts with a loan from the Halliday Trust Company, offering as security the fact that he would soon inherit half the estate of his aunt, who was very ill and could not possibly live long.
Couldn't possibly live long. Well, he did his best to make sure of it.
That isn't true. Charles couldn't do such a thing.
It is right. It'd be very unfair to condemn anyone on such flimsy evidence.
No, it only confirms what I thought before. Janet, if you want to live here with me, you're welcome. But I want Charles to pack up and get out today.
But, Aunt Madge, your birthday party.
My mind's made up.
Mrs. Wright, as a favor to me, go on downstairs, have your birthday party, and don't say anything to either John or Charles until tomorrow. Sleep on it first.
Well...
Please, Aunt Madge, try to be fair.
Oh, there goes that word fair again. All right. I won't say anything until tomorrow.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
You know I don't like all this stuff.
You love it, Aunt Madge.
Huh?
Now, come on, open your present. Open this one first, Aunt Madge.
Yes, it's from Charles and me.
I can read the card, can't I?
Hey, an amethyst brooch. That's good looking.
Very pretty. Thank you, Janet. You too, Charles.
I'm glad you like it, Aunt Madge.
Don't talk with your mouth full, Charles. I should think 3 pieces of cake would be enough for you anyway.
I'm afraid my gift will look pretty sad after that, Aunt Madge. But anyway, here it is. With all my love.
You know I like it, Johnny, whatever it is. Well, a music box. It's beautiful, Johnny.
Well, open the lid.
How thoughtful of you. But where are my chocolates?
You what?
Now stop teasing. You know you always give me a box of those special Swiss chocolates on my birthday.
Well, you know I have to order them from Switzerland, and this year it just slipped my mind.
Oh, I don't believe it. What's that you're holding behind your back?
Can't fool you, can I, Aunt Madge? Here, and many happy returns of the day.
Damn. My birthday just wouldn't be complete without these. Aren't they pretty? Always look as good as they taste.
Here, I'll put them away for you, Aunt Madge. You know the doctor said no sweets for a while.
Oh, Janet, give me those chocolates.
But, Aunt Madge, the
They do
doctor
look good,
said...
don't they? Glad I'm not on a diet. Charles, put that back. Those chocolates are for Aunt Madge.
Well, too late now. I only took one anyway.
You ought to be ashamed, Charles.
Doesn't taste so hot. Kind of bitter.
Hand me that box, Janet, before he eats the rest of them.
Well, all right. But
Aunt Madge, don't eat those.
What? Charles, what's the matter?
Chocolate. Something wrong. I feel...
Within seconds of eating one of his Aunt Madge's birthday chocolates, Charles Wright collapses. And even before Janet can reach her husband's side, he's dead. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now back to the case of the wrong Mr. Wright. Today's adventure with Nick Carter. Brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. An hour has passed, and Sergeant Matheson of the Homicide Squad is at the Wright mansion with Nick and Patsy, trying to arrive at the facts of Charles' death.
A medical examiner says there must have been enough cyanide in that piece of candy to kill half a dozen men.
But it couldn't have been the chocolate, Sergeant.
Stop pretending, John. This is one thing you can't blame Charles for.
Well, I'm not trying to,
If
but
Aunt Madge had eaten that chocolate before she put Charles back in her will, you'd have inherited everything. That's what you wanted, wasn't it?
Janet, stop.
I won't stop. You've always protected and petted us. Now you know who tried to kill you last month.
Madge, I swear I don't know anything about it.
Liar, liar, liar! Charles always had to take the blame for what you did. And even as he was dying, he tried to warn us.
All right. Now, hold everything just a minute. Mr. Wright, why do you say the chocolates couldn't have been poisoned?
Because they arrived by registered mail from Switzerland only this afternoon. I didn't even have time to unwrap the package before I gave it to Aunt Madge.
The wrappings could have been taken off and put back again.
Of course they couldn't. That's exactly what he did.
I did not. If there was poison in those chocolates, somebody else put it there.
Oh, sure. As a biochemist, Mr. Wright, you have access to cyanide, don't you?
Well, yes, but so do lots of people.
And when Charles started to eat that chocolate, you tried to stop him, didn't you?
I don't remember.
I do. He said, put it back, Charles. Those chocolates are for Aunt Madge.
Uh-huh. Well, I think we've heard enough. Come on, young fella.
Come on, where?
To headquarters. Where do you think? I'm booking you for murder.
Nick, will we have to wait here at the post office very long?
No. Matty said he'd phone ahead and get an okay for us to look at that receipt.
Good.
Oh, here's the inquiry window over here.
Well, I hope the sergeant didn't forget the phone.
Yes, sir.
My name's Nick Carter. I came to see about a receipt for a registered package from Switzerland.
Oh, yes, Mr. Carter. I have it right here. The assistant postmaster said you'd be calling for it.
Thanks. Oh.
Why, Nick, John Wright didn't sign for the chocolate.
Well, the name seems to be Yvette Fouchard.
Yvette... Why, that's Mrs. Wright's personal maid.
Huh? And look at the date. Yesterday.
Then John was lying. He had that package a whole day before the party.
It looks that way. But before we make up our minds, let's talk to Yvette.
Oui, monsieur. It is yesterday afternoon. I found what you call in the certificate?
The receipt.
Oh, oui, mademoiselle. I signed it, then I placed the package on the hall table where Monsieur Jean is sure to see him. Not a half hour had passed until I hear the voice of Monsieur Jean greeting Madame, and I say to myself, why he is home so early, huh?
And why was he?
Madame said he had a headache.
But what about the package?
When I put the regular mail on the hall table about 3 o'clock, the chocolates are gone. Monsieur Jean has taken them.
But you didn't see him do it.
No, monsieur. But the package is there when he come home. It is gone after he passed through the hall. So I know he had signed it.
Isn't it funny, Nick? The smartest men make stupid mistakes when they try to commit a crime. John left a trail of evidence a yard wide.
How about you forgetting, Patsy, that if Mrs. Wright had eaten that chocolate, there probably wouldn't have been any investigation.
You mean because of her weak heart?
Sure. Everyone would have assumed that death was due to heart failure.
Well, what now, Nick?
Let's get on to headquarters and see what the laboratory boys have found out.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Nick. That box of candy was more interesting than we thought.
How do you mean, Sergeant?
Well, first of all, Patsy, the poison must have been put in with a hypodermic needle. The lab boys found marks like pinholes in the bottom of every chocolate.
Nothing unusual about that, Matty.
No, but what was unusual was the cyanide itself, Nick. In the lower layer, he used a solution so weak it wouldn't have killed anybody but a person with a bad heart like Mrs. Wright.
Well, what do you mean in the lower layer?
That's just it, Patsy. He gave the top layer a solution 10 times as strong, enough to kill anybody.
Hey, that is interesting.
Yeah, and that's not all. There were some impurities in that cyanide, Nick. It'll be a cinch to prove where it came from once we locate the original supply.
Yeah, sure. Chemical analysis will take care of that.
Yeah, but the most important thing of all was a fingerprint.
Whose fingerprint?
I don't know yet, Patsy, but I bet it's John's. The chocolate must have got soft while he was holding it to put the poison in.
Have you checked it against John's print?
Yeah, the boys are doing that now, Nick.
Matty, where was the chocolate with the fingerprint on it? Top or bottom layer?
The bottom. And that layer hadn't been touched until we got the box down here to the lab. So he can't claim that it got there by accident after the box was open.
Now, you're right about that. Could I go down to the lab and take a look at the chocolates myself?
Sure you can, Nick. What for?
I'd like to find out why the top layer was given a double dose.
Sergeant Matheson was right, Nick. All these chocolates had the same kind of little pinholes in the bottom.
No, not quite the same, Patsy. Look at these chocolates in the top layer. Holes are larger and not quite so regular.
Well?
Looks to me as though someone had put a second dose of cyanide in these and tried to insert the needle in the holes left by the first one.
Well, yes, it does look that way.
That's why the poison was stronger in the top layer.
Why, of course. He decided that perhaps the weak solution wouldn't actually kill her, so he gave the chocolates on top another dose with a stronger solution.
Perhaps. But why insert the needle in exactly the same place?
Why not? Look at the pattern on the bottom of each piece of candy. The pinhole is right in the middle of that little dimple where you can hardly see it. It's the logical place to put the needle.
You know, Patsy, I'm beginning to wonder whether that second dose of poison might not have been put in by somebody else.
What? You mean two different people had the same idea at almost the same time?
Could be.
And both of them tried to kill Mrs. Wright with the same kind of poison in the same box of chocolate? Oh, Nick, that's too much of a coincidence.
Stranger things than that have happened, Patsy. Let's visit John Wright's laboratory. I want to find out if the cyanide really did come from there.
Here's the only bottle of cyanide we have, Mr. Carter, but we don't use it because it's not a very good grade. Some kind of impurities in it. I don't know exactly what.
Impurities? Nick, do you remember what the sergeant said?
Yeah, I know what you mean, Patsy. Must be an interesting job, Mr. Jensen, laboratory assistant to a biochemist.
Oh, the work's interesting enough. You don't happen to be working for a slave driver like John Wright.
Oh, don't you like him?
John's all right, I guess. It's sure a lot pleasanter working for Charles.
You mean Charles used to be a chemist here, too?
Oh, yes. Before he went into real estate, I was his assistant then, and Janet worked with John. And after John broke their engagement and Janet married Charles...
Hey, wait a minute. This is getting complicated.
Janet and John were engaged?
Oh, yes. But he changed his mind. Everybody thinks she broke it off. I know different. John just let her say that to save her feelings.
Then Charles was Janet's second choice, huh?
Yes, that's right.
Have you seen either of them lately?
Yes. They were both up one day last week talking over old times.
I see. Well, thanks for the information, Mr. Jensen. It helps a lot.
Here's the report on that cyanide comparison test, Nick.
Okay, let's see it.
Here you are. Both of them analyzed exactly the same.
Then the cyanide in the chocolate came from John Wright's laboratory.
Not a doubt in the world, Patsy.
How about the fingerprint on that chocolate?
We drew a blank there. Maybe it belongs to somebody in the candy factory in Switzerland. Anyway, it's not John Wright.
Could it belong to someone else in the Wright household?
Well, Patsy, the fingerprint boys are checking that now, but that's just routine. That print had to be made by either the poisoner or somebody in Switzerland. Nobody else had a chance to touch that bottom layer of candy.
I'm beginning to get an idea, Matty.
Huh?
Pretty fantastic, but...
Oh, sure. Sergeant Matheson speaking. Oh, yeah, Barker.
Is it the report?
Yes, Patsy. What? Barker, you made a mistake. Oh, no. No, you must have. Yeah, but... Okay. Okay, Barker.
Whose print was it, Sergeant?
Nick, do you know who poisoned those chocolates?
I think I do. Same guy that ate one of them and died, Charles Wright.
Go on it, Nick, you're right. It was his fingerprint.
Oh, but if Charles poisoned the chocolates, he must have known what he was doing when he ate one of them.
Yeah, Nick. Are you trying to tell me the guy committed suicide just so he could frame John for murder?
No, Matty. I think Charles Wright cooperated in his own murder.
What?
And I'm afraid by doing so, he made it impossible for us to get one shred of evidence that will convict the real killer.
Well, do you know who it is, Nick?
I think I do. There's only one way to prove it.
How?
Method I hate to use, Matty, because it may be pretty dangerous for an innocent person.
Harvey said you wanted to see me, Aunt Madge, so I... What in the world are you doing with these two laundry hampers here in your room?
Looking for something with a chocolate stain on it. Here, Janet, you look through this hamper.
Chocolate stain? What do you mean?
The chocolate was soft, and whoever poisoned those candies must have got some of it on his fingers. He'd be the most natural thing in the world to wipe them off on something without even thinking about it.
Aunt Madge, John poisoned them. You know that.
All right. Then if we find chocolates on one of his handkerchiefs, that will prove it.
Oh, it's just a waste of time, Aunt Madge.
Maybe, but...
Did you find something?
No. No, I didn't find a thing.
Then why are you looking so funny?
I'm not looking funny at all. Janet, would you run downstairs and ask Harvey to bring up some tea?
You're just making an excuse to get me out of the room, aren't you, Aunt Madge?
I know, Janet. Why should I?
Why? So you can make a telephone call to Nick Carter.
Oh, what an idea. Why should I
Because
want...
you did find something in that clothes hamper. You're trying to hide it under your robe right now.
I'm not trying to hide anything.
Let's see.
Let go of it.
But, Janet, so, one of my handkerchiefs. And there is a smear of chocolate on it. I was more careless than I thought.
And it was you. You did poison that candy.
Of course I did.
But you knew that if I died, everything would go to John.
That's why I took the candy away from you before you had a chance to eat any of it. And that's why Charles grabbed the piece first. We had it planned very carefully.
You mean Charles knew about the poison?
Yes. But he thought there was only a tiny bit of it. Enough to make him convincingly sick. And make you think that dear Johnny was trying to kill you.
Ah, now I'm beginning to understand. You thought that I'd blame Johnny for the other attempt, too. You thought I'd change my will and leave everything to Charles.
Exactly, darling. But there was more poison in the chocolates than Charles thought. Because after he finished preparing them, I gave the top layer a second and stronger dose.
I can't believe it. You loved Charles.
I hated him. That greedy fool. I only married him because I thought he'd be rich someday. And then you cut him out of your will.
Why did you kill him, Janet?
Why? So that I'd get it all for myself. And be rid of him at the same time. With Charles dead and John convicted of his murder, who could you leave it to but me? The poor, sorrowing widow.
I didn't know anybody could be so evil.
Well, you know now, darling. Any more last words?
Last words?
Yes.
You're about to die of heart failure, dear.
No, you don't think I'll let you tell the police about finding that handkerchief, do you?
But I was just...
So if you don't mind, I'll take that pillow from behind your back.
No, don't, please.
You won't struggle much. Your heart won't last that long. All I need to do is pass the pillow over your face.
Move like this. Like this.
Weak and ill, Mrs. Wright hasn't the strength to defend herself against Janet's murderous attack. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the case of the wrong Mr. Wright. Today's adventure with Nick Carter. Brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Helpless in her wheelchair, Mrs. Wright struggled feebly against the suffocating pillow which Janet holds firmly over her face.
Go on and die, you old.
Enough, Janet.
Where did you come from?
We've been hiding in the closet listening.
Are you all right, Mrs. Wright?
Yes, I'm quite all right, Mr. Carter.
It was such an interesting confession, Janet. I'm sure the jury will enjoy it as much as we did when you go on trial for murder.
So it was Charles who pushed my wheelchair over that embankment, wasn't it, Mr. Carter?
That's what Janet told us at headquarters.
That was Charles' own idea, but the poisoning scheme was Janet's.
I began to see through the plan when we found Charles' fingerprint on that chocolate. And obviously, Janet had to be in on the scheme, too.
Why?
Because when we found out that the chocolates had been poisoned a second time with a stronger solution, that made it pretty clear that somebody who knew what Charles had done was double-crossing him. And Janet was the most logical suspect.
I suppose so.
But we still didn't have any proof. Those things were only circumstantial evidence.
Well, you had the handkerchief with the chocolate stain, Nick.
Shall we tell her, Mr. Carter?
Might as well. There wasn't any chocolate stain, Patsy.
There wasn't any... But there was. I saw it.
I know. Maddie and I put it there ourselves.
So that's why you went through all that rigmarole and let Mrs. Wright risk her life.
Oh, I wasn't worried, knowing you were all there in the closet. Anyway, it was worth it to prove that I wasn't wrong about Johnny.
Well, now you can be satisfied that you put your faith in the right Mr. Wright. Well, Nick, what sort of an adventure does...
Careful fireless study of the famous Dr. Watts, who's relating his delightful Sherlock Holmes adventure. Good evening, Doctor. You look a bit irritated, if you'll pardon my saying.
Good evening, Mr. Manning. Good evening. Yes, I am a bit annoyed, and with good reason. I don't know if I've told you that Holmes has been listening in to these reminiscences. Well, here's a letter I received for him after last week's story. Read it.
All right. My dear Watson, I noticed that in your last broadcast you gave way to your regrettable habit of emotionalizing your story. Detection, my dear fellow, is or ought to be an exact science. To tinge it with romanticism is like introducing a love story into the fifth proposition of Euclid. As ever, Sherlock Holmes.
Well, what do you think of that?
But the emotion was there. You couldn't tamper with the truth.
Holmes has always maintained that the truth is not in what you say, but in the impression you create in the other person's mind. Well, Holmes always complained that I overstress the human element in recording his cases. How well I remember the attitude with which he received the publishing of my first book about his adventures. It was a cold morning in early spring. We were sitting on either side of a cheery fire in our rooms in Baker Street. A thick fog rolled down between the dun-colored houses. Our gas was lit. It shone on the white cloth and glimmered on the coffee cups and on the silver. The breakfast table had not yet been cleared away. Holmes had been silent all the morning, smoking his long cherrywood pipe, which usually displaced his favorite play when he was in a disputatious mood. Altogether, he was not in the best of tempers.
Matches. Where are the matches? Look at that confounded fog. What happens to all the matches in this house, I'd like to know.
My dear Holmes, why not use the tongs and a live coal if you want to relight your pipe?
Huh? Oh! I've burned myself.
For heaven's sake, Holmes, stop stuttering. Something's annoying you. Why not get it off your chest?
It's that confounded book of yours.
What?
Sensationalism, Watson. Rank sensationalism. They're always placing the emphasis on the crime. Crime is common, logic is rare. You should stress the logic. You have degraded what should have been a course of lectures into a series of tales.
Now, really, Holmes, that's not logical. You're always complaining that crime is falling off. You say there are no first-class criminals left.
Quite. And therefore, if you depend on the crime to hold your readers, you will soon be a back number. Criminals. Bah! They've lost all their enterprise and originality. My practice seems to be degenerating into an agency for recovering lost lead pencils and giving good advice to young ladies from boarding schools.
Advice to the lovelorn, eh?
Well, look at this. This note. It came by this morning's post. Here. The last store, that's what it is. Read it.
Let's have a look. Dear Mr. Holmes, I'm very anxious to consult you as to whether I should or I should not accept the situation which has been offered me as a governess. I shall call at 10:30 tomorrow if I do not inconvenience you. Yours faithfully, Violet Hunter. Where is she? So it's 11 now.
Exactly. She's late. Just like a woman.
I say, Holmes, this is your young lady now walking briskly up the street.
I see. Brisk, purposeful manner. Nice, bright, intelligent face.
Yes, it is. She's stopping at our door.
Well, maybe something in this case after all, my dear Watson. She's not the hysterical sort that makes a fuss over nothing. There she is. Come in. How do you do?
This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Quite. And This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
Well, how do you do?
How do you do?
Oh, I trust you'll excuse my troubling you, Mr. Holmes, but I've had a very strange experience. And as I have no relations of any sort to advise me, I thought I'd best come to you.
I shall be very happy to do anything that I can.
Well, I've been a governess for 5 years in the family of Colonel Kent Monroe. He's been transferred to Nova Scotia, so that for the last few months I've been without a situation. Well, I advertised and answered advertisements, but without success. You see, the money I had saved began to run out, and I was at my wit's end.
Indeed. Go on.
Well, yesterday I called in at a well-known employment agency run by a Miss Stoker. When I arrived, the outer office was filled with young ladies looking for situations. I was told to wait. But I did. After about half an hour, my name was called out. Well, the door to Miss Stoker's private office was ajar. He had decided that a grievously stout man with a round, smiling face and a heavy chin. Oh, his eyes were like two little slits. When I advanced to the door, my knees trembling. Oh, Mr. Holmes, if you know how I needed that wait.
Come in, my dear. Come in. Mr. Newcastle. This is Miss... oh, what is your name, my dear?
Miss Hunter. Violet Hunter.
Oh, yes. Miss Hunter.
Capital. I couldn't ask for anything better. I'm sure you'll do, Miss Hunter.
I hope so, Mr. Newcastle.
You're looking for a situation as governess?
Yes, sir.
And what salary do you are?
Well, I had £4 a month in my last place.
£4? Sweating. When sweating. How anyone could have the audacity to offer that to a lady with such a person, such accomplishments. A lady fitted with the rearing of a child who may someday play a considerable part in the history of this country. Your salary with me, madam, will commence at £100 a year.
100? Oh, Mr. Newcastle.
And furthermore, it is my custom to advance my young ladies half their salary beforehand.
May I ask where you live, Mr. Newcastle?
Hampshire, a charming rural spot. The Copper Beeches is the name of the place, 5 miles north of Winchester. Oh, the dearest old house.
And what would be my duty?
One child, a dear little romper aged 6. Oh, if you could see him killing cockroaches with a slipper. That. He's gone before you should wink.
My sole duty, then, is to take care of this child.
Well, I'm sure your good sense would suggest that you obey any little commands which my wife might give, provided, of course, that they were such as a lady might obey with propriety. You see no difficulty, eh?
Oh, I should be happy to make myself useful.
Oh, by the way, in dress, for example, we're faddy people. Faddy but kind-hearted. Now, if you were asked to wear a particular dress that we might give you wouldn't object to our little whim.
Oh, no.
Or to sit here or there, that wouldn't be offensive to you.
Why, no.
Or to cut your hair short before you come to it.
My hair?
Oh, yes, it's quite essential. It's a little fancy of my wife, you see. And lady fancies my dear Miss Hunter must be consulted.
But my hair... Oh, no, I couldn't.
No, what a pity. Well, in that case, Miss Stoker, I'd best inspect a few more of your young ladies.
Good day, then, Miss Hunter. I am afraid you must consider yourself stuck to my list.
Oh, but
you can hardly expect us to exert ourselves to find another such opening for you.
But, Miss Stoker...
Good day, Miss Hunter.
Oh, just a minute, Miss Stoker. Let's not be too hard on the young lady. After all, my request was a little sudden. Perhaps, Miss Hunter, you'd like 24 hours in which to consider the matter. And in view of the fact that you have particularly beautiful hair, I might be willing to raise the salary to £120 a year. To recompense you for our little eccentricities. Unusual, most unusual, my dear Miss Hunter. What do you make of it, Watson?
Well, perhaps the gentleman's wife is a lunatic and wishes to humor her in her fancies in order to prevent an outbreak.
Possibly, Watson, possibly. In any case, it doesn't seem a nice household for a young lady.
But the money, Mr. Holmes, the money, and I need it so.
Well, yes, the pay is good. Too good. Why should they give you £120 when they can have their pick for 40? There must be some strong reason.
But I have no choice.
Then you've made up your mind to accept?
Yes, I must. I thought if I told you the circumstances, you would understand afterwards if I wanted your help. And Mr. Holmes, I should feel so much stronger if I knew you were behind me.
Certainly you may carry that feeling away with you. And if at any time you should find yourself in danger...
Danger? Well, what danger could there be?
My dear Miss Hunter, it would cease to be a danger if we could define it. But remember, at any time, day or night, just telegraph me and we'll come to your help.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Holmes. Thank you.
It's been almost a week since that charming Miss Hunter called. Conditions must be pretty good at the Copper Beeches, or we'd have heard from her.
You never know, Watson. You never know. She may not be able to get to a telegraph office.
Huh? Nonsense, Holmes. Nothing very dreadful can happen out in the open country, I guess.
That's where you're wrong, Watson. My experience that the vilest alleys in London do not present a more dreadful record of sin than does the smiling, beautiful countryside.
Oh, you recruit. What do you mean?
The pressure of public opinion is greatest in the towns. There is no lane so vile that the scream of a tortured child or the thud of a drunkard's blow does not beget sympathy and assistance from the neighbors. But the countryside, my dear Watson, filled with its lonely houses. Think of the hellish cruelty, the hidden wickedness. Life may go on year in, year out in such places, and no one the wiser. Had our young friend gone to Winchester, I should not have had this fear for her safety. It's the 5 miles of country which makes the danger. See what it is, Watson.
Oh, thank you. It's a telegram to you, Holmes.
Oh, give it to me. It's from Miss Hunter.
Oh, well, what's she say?
Come at once. We'll meet you at the Black Swan Hotel, Winchester, at 3 this afternoon. And at my wit's end, don't fail me.
What do you suppose is happening?
Hurry, Watson. We've no time to lose. There's a train from Waterloo Station in half an hour. If we can only get to her in time.
In just a moment, we will follow Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson on their strange journey.
Yes, there's the Black Swan. Opposite the station.
Yes, and if I'm not mistaken, that's Miss Hunter waiting for us on the doorstep. She looks a bit pale and shaky, eh, Holmes?
Yes. Poor girl is obviously frightened.
Mr. Holmes, so kind of you to come. You too, Dr. Watson.
Oh, no, thank you.
I'll tell you how anxious I've been.
There now, Miss Hunter. Perhaps if we go inside, they can give us a private sitting room.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. I've ordered tea this way, please.
Ah, yes, that's better. Nice, cozy fire. Close the door, will you, Watson? That's right. Now then, suppose you let the doctor do the pouring while you tell the story. First of all, how'd you like your tea?
2 lumps and a little cream.
Oh, right-o.
Thank you, Dr. Watson.
Yes, and, now?
Well, first of all, I've had no actual ill treatment from Mr. and Mrs. Newcastle, but things that frighten me. However, I'd best begin at the beginning.
Yes, that is generally a good place to start.
Well, Mr. Holmes, Copper Beeches is a large, sinister-looking house, almost completely surrounded by woods. It's impressive. From the moment of my arrival, I was met at the door by Mr. Newcastle and his wife.
And, is she...
No, Mrs. She's not married.
I see.
She's a small, pale-faced woman, much younger than Mr. Newcastle. In fact, I gather that she's his second wife. You see, there was a daughter by the first marriage. A girl now over 20, but she's not living at the house. Mr. Newcastle said that she couldn't get along with her stepmother, so he sent her to America, to Philadelphia.
And does Mrs. Newcastle strike you as a difficult woman to get along with?
Oh, no, Mr. Holmes. She's shy and rather quiet. More than once I surprised her in tears. At first I thought it might be worry over the disposition of her child.
What's the matter with his disposition?
Well, He's badly spoiled. He has an ungovernable temper. He seems to take great delight in torturing birds and small animals.
Pleasant little beast. And the rest of the household?
Well, there's only one servant. Toller is his name. A rough, uncouth man with a perpetual smell of drink about him. Why to keep him, I don't know. Except perhaps because he's the only one who can manage Carlo.
Carlo?
Yes. Carlo, the two underfed masters that kept chained in the stables during the day, but at night they let him out. It was a terrible beast. Even Mr. Rucastle is afraid of him. I'm sure he'd carry me practice at a brick.
I wonder why Mr. Rucastle desires such ferocious protection.
I'm sure I don't know unless there's something on the top floor of the west wing that he wants to protect.
The west wing, eh?
Yes, the door that leads into it is opposite my room, and it's kept securely locked.
Yes, it looks nasty to me, though. Please, Watson, please, don't interrupt.
Well, the second day after my arrival, immediately after breakfast, Mr. Rucastle asked me to put on a dress which had been laid out for me on my bed.
What was it like?
Well, it wasn't a new dress, Mr. Holmes, but the material was excellent and of a particularly brilliant shade, and electric blue.
Electric blue, charming color.
I put it on and went down to the living room. Mr. Rucastle had placed a chair for me by the front window. He asked me to sit there with my back to the window and to read to him from a French novel. Well, I read for an hour, and at the end of that time, he said I might go upstairs and sing.
Strange.
And this experience has been repeated every morning since then. Well, as time passed, I became more and more curious. Why were they so careful to keep my face turned away from the window? Naturally, I was consumed with the desire to see what was going on behind my back. So today I devised a means. I noticed at breakfast that Mr. Rucastle had had quite a few drinks. A happy thought seized me. My hand mirror had been broken, so I concealed a piece of it in my handkerchief and later in my book, feeling sure that Mr. Rucastle was too drunk to notice. Holding the book up, I was able to see everything behind me.
And what did you see?
Well, at first there was nothing. At the second glance, however, I saw a young man in a gray suit leaning against a railing which bordered our field. He was looking earnestly in my direction. Mr. Rucastle must have noticed my surprise, so he burst out angrily.
Really, Miss Hunter, your attention must be wandering. That's the second time that you've read that passage.
Oh.
Furthermore, there's an impertinent fellow up the road who's staring at you. Is he a friend of yours?
Oh, no, Mr. Rucastle, I don't know anyone around here.
Well, kindly turn around and motion him to go away.
Oh, wouldn't it be better not to notice him?
Do what I signal. I really don't encourage you to have any followers.
Very well, Mr. Rucastle. There.
Impertinent fellow. That will be all for this morning, Miss Hunter. You may go to your room.
Oh, but Mr. Rucastle, I hope you don't...
Go to your room, I say.
Yes, sir.
And after this, you needn't bother to wear that blue dress.
Oh, dear, what a frightful household. If I could only get away from here, it's all so depressing. What? But he's left the key in the door to the west wing. He must be gone. I wonder what's inside. Oh, it wouldn't hurt to take just one look. Oh, how dark it is. Empty. Cold. There's 3 doors. The middle one is barred with the end of an old iron bedstead. And the wire. Oh, goodness, it's so in here. What was that? Oh, it must have been a bat. Someone's in here. Or maybe it's something. I can't stand it. Hurry, I've got to get out of here. I've got to get out. Oh, dear, there comes Mr. Rucastle. Oh, Mr. Rucastle.
What was you then? I thought it must be when I saw the door open.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
My dear young lady, and what frightened you?
I was foolish enough to go into that vacant wing, but it was so lonely and eerie, and a bat swooped down into my face.
Is that all?
Well, what else could there be?
Why do you suppose that I keep that door locked?
I'm sure I don't know.
It's to keep people out who have no business there, you see.
I'm sure if I'd known.
Well, you know now, my dear young lady. And if you ever put your foot over that threshold again, I'll throw you to the basket.
What a dreadful experience.
Mr. Holmes, I feel sure there's someone locked in that room. Someone who's unhappy. Perhaps tortured. Oh, good heaven, it's almost 5. I promised to be back by 6, and Mrs. Rucastle are going out. If Mr. Rucastle should discover where I've been...
You've acted like a brave and sensible girl, Miss Hunter.
Yes, indeed you have.
Do you think you could do one more thing?
I can try, Mr. Holmes.
Dr. Watson and I will be at the Copper Beeches by 7. The Rucastles will be gone by that time, and I don't imagine the mastiff will be let loose until they return.
Oh, no, Mr. Holmes. It would be too dangerous for them to get back to the house.
Good. We will hope the Toller is still drunk. At any rate, you must get us into the house. We must explore the west wing.
I'll do my best, Mr. Holmes. Now I must hurry. Goodbye, gentlemen.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Lieutenant. Well, my dear Holmes, what do you make of it all? Blue dress and the man in front of the house.
Obviously, they've had someone had her impersonating someone. Someone young whose hair has been cut off during an illness. That someone is probably the person imprisoned in the west wing.
Sinister.
That is not the most sinister part of Miss Hunter's story.
No? What is that?
The unpleasant disposition of the child.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
My dear Watson, as a medical man, you know that a child's tendencies can be discovered by a study of the parents. But heredity is a science to be worked backwards as well. You can get a good insight into the character of the parents by studying the children. This child is cruel, abnormally cruel. He probably inherited it from one of his parents. I only hope nothing serious happens before 7 o'clock tonight.
What a night. The first thunderstorm of the season. Listen to that dog. He's in an ugly temper.
Listen to the house with this group of Copper Beeches in front of it. Yes. Miss Hunter waiting for us in the doorway.
The coast is secure.
You must be close to the street.
Oh, you're rather wet yourself. Be careful, you know. You'll be
What? What's that sounding?
It's Toller. He was just going out to release the dog. I sent him to the wine cellar, then locked him in.
Splendid.
I managed to get Terry's fuses off him, too. He just touched one. They're duplicates, just as Mr. Rucastle.
Better and better, but come along upstairs. We've no time to wait. Have you got your revolver handy, Watson?
Yes.
Good.
Good heavens, that lightning must have hit quite near here.
Oh, the Copper Beeches, no doubt.
No, 6, 2. Oh, this one. That's right. Nothing here. Come along.
Listen to that rain on the roof.
The middle door, you said. Hello in there. No answer. I don't like that. Watson, help me remove this bedstead, will you? That's right. It's tied at one side. Here, cut the rope. That's it.
The door's locked.
Oh, we must break it open then. Come on. 1, 2, 5. Hello. There's no one here.
Baron Rucastle has made away with the prisoner.
You may be right. He's probably been carried off.
Yes, but how?
Through the skylight. It's still open. Shut that table over here.
What are you going to do?
Stand on it, of course. Yes. 2 pairs of footprints, and there's a ladder resting against the eaves. Oh, that's how it is.
But that's not possible. The ladder wasn't there when the Rucastles went away.
Then he must have come back.
He's a dangerously clever man. Listen. Yes. I think I hear his steps on the stairs.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, you'll kill us all.
I thought I'd find you here. You villain, what have you done with your daughter?
I'm the one that would ask that. You see, you robbers. I've caught you. You're in my power. I'll take you. Hello. Hello. I'll take you.
Trying to get the dog where we found his trail.
Quick, Watson. We must close the front door.
Let me up, Mr. Rucastle. Loose the door. He's killed Mr. Rucastle. Oh, quick. It'll be too late. Hold on. Get up the key system. I'll let him out.
All right. Oh, it's Carlo. He's got Mr. Rucastle by the throat.
Quick, Watson, give me a revolver. Careful you don't hit the man by mistake. Shut up and stand back, Watson.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, thank heaven. You killed Carlo. I thought it was too late. It's so horrible. I think I feel...
Watson and Tola, bring Rucastle into the house, will you?
Oh, you're so strange.
No. Please, it's all over. Just you go upstairs and pack your bag. Dr. Watson and I are going to take you back to town with us on the 9 o'clock train. So you think, Watson, that Rucastle will live? I'm afraid so, Holmes.
Oh, I'm so glad to get away from that dreadful place.
I say, Holmes, just what did happen to the prisoner in the West Wing, and who was it? It's all so disgustingly simple, my dear Watson. It's Rucastle's daughter, as I suspected. It seems that she had inherited some money from her mother, who was Rucastle's first wife. When she threatened to get married and take a small fortune with her, her father tried to get her to sign a paper giving the money to him. He worried her until she got brain fever and had to have all her hair cut off. Oh, what a brute. I got all these details from Tola. Still, her young man stuck to her and she to him. After that, Mr. Rucastle locked his daughter up and brought Miss Hunter down from London in order to impersonate her, get rid of the persistent suitor. This young gentleman, however, was a persevering chap, and having greased Tola's palm very thoroughly, he learned the true state of affairs. With the help of Tola and a long stepladder, he rescued his fiancée. They're now headed for Southampton with a special license, and this time Miss Rucastle, or rather Mrs. Fowler, is really going to America on our honeymoon.
Oh, this is quite romantic, isn't it, Holmes?
You and your romance, Watson. You're a regular old woman.
Well, I'm glad we were able to help the poor thing, but I wouldn't go back to that house again. Not for twice the salary.
Oh, that reminds me, Miss Hunter. I was talking to a friend of mine about you the other day. She's a private school in Walsall. I believe she said she had an opening for you.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, you're a darling.
No, my dear. It's quite inconsequential. You really know. Shut up, Watson.
Well, Dr. Watson, you certainly had some exciting times when you were living with Sherlock Holmes.
I certainly did, Mr. Manning. Those were the days. I mean, never a dull moment. Yes, when I think of the thrilling experiences that Holmes brought into my life, I can...
Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. Roses are red, violets are blue. Crime doesn't pay, but see that you do.
Oh, Rick.
Oh, hi, Helen, baby.
Rick, have you ever thought of writing holiday greeting cards?
No. But then you might just have a thought there. Christmas isn't far away.
I think you'd better aim toward April Fool's Day.
Oh, sweet. Helen, did you call just to insult my creative genius, or do I get an invitation to dinner?
Well, the genius I didn't even recognize. The dinner, well, maybe.
Here I am, a poor, starving detective, and you confront me with maybe.
Oh, well, a girl can't be too careful about who she invites into her house these days. Do you have references?
From the best crooks in town?
Oh, well, I suppose it's all right. Come around to the back door, and I'll have Francis fix you a sandwich.
Oh, now, don't go to all that bother, Helen. I'll just stop off at the mission.
Oh, you fool. Are you busy?
Haven't had a case since Well.
What is it?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think a flying saucer landed outside, and its occupant just walked in.
Rick, what are you talking about? Who came in?
Well, it looks like an Otis Loveloon, but it's awake.
Oh, Diamond.
Got a vocabulary like Otis, too.
Look, Shamus, hurry up, will you? I got business with you.
Helen, I have no choice but to hang up. This man speaks with such authority.
Oh, Rick. If Otis is there, go easy on him. You'll tease that poor boy out of his mind.
Helen, he... Oh, no, it's too obvious. I won't say it.
I'll see you at dinner.
Bye. Well, well, well. Sergeant Otis Loveloon. What brings you up here? Want me to sign your report card?
The lieutenant sent me up, wise guy.
Oh?
Now, let's see where they put that paper.
Paper?
Oh, here. Mr. Richard Diamond, we of the 5th Precinct, having missed your sparkling personality, do hereby invite you to a tea to be held this palm.
This what?
This palm. That's what it says.
Let me see that paper. Otis, that's PM.
Well, don't that spell...
No. Yeah, what is all this? A tea at the 5th Precinct?
Sure, it's my idea. The lieutenant says we got to be more formal from now on, and he wants to see you.
So this is your idea of being formal?
That's right. Trouble with you, Diamond, is you got no culture.
Well, I'm hurt, Otis. You say Walt wants to see me?
Yeah, he sent me in a squad car for you.
Well, I can hardly wait to find out what this is all about.
Me, too. I delivered a letter to him this morning. He's been a changed man ever since.
A letter? Maybe he... Oh, no. Walt's too old for the draft. And so yours truly was ushered into a waiting squad car. Usually, Walt Levinson let me wear out shoe leather on my trips to the 5th Precinct, and his hospitality was overwhelming. Otis even stopped on the way and bought me some chewing gum. Of course, it was Otis's favorite brand, but then I'm no prude. I enjoy blowing bubbles.
He's in here, Diamond. Take off your hat.
What?
New rule.
Oh, no.
Here he is, Lieutenant.
Well, I got eyes, you numps. Thank you, Sergeant Otis.
Oh, thank you, Lieutenant. It was a pleasure.
You may take your leave now, Sergeant Otis.
Yes, sir, Lieutenant Levinson.
Otis, curtsy and get out of here, will you? This is killing me.
Oh, you had to go and ruin it all.
Walt, what's going on down here? Look at your desk.
What's wrong with my desk?
Well, it's tidy. Everything's in place. Are you ill?
Mr. Diamond, a man's desk reflects his character. Now, please be seated.
I think I'd better take this standing. This new trend in character is amazing.
Rick, look at this.
Looks like an ordinary letter to me.
Yes, but what's in it?
Well, you tell me what's in it.
Rick, I've been invited to speak at the annual Peace Officers Symposium at the University of North Carolina.
So?
So? Well, don't you know what this means? The top men from all over the country will be there. And to be a speaker, well, that's quite an honor.
Oh, comes the dawn. So this is why everything around here has become formal, huh?
Sure. After all, we got to have a little dignity.
Mm-hmm. Why send for me? In the squad car yet?
Well, it's like this, Rick. I'm supposed to make a speech concerning juvenile delinquency in New York.
Uh-huh.
Now, they also want someone to make a speech on the relationship between the policeman and the private detective.
Touching.
They told me to pick out a good man and bring him down. So I picked you.
Oh, Walt, you're so thoughtful. Sorry, but speeches aren't my line.
Oh, Rick, don't be that way. We'll have a good time. We'll leave tonight from Penn Station, get there in the morning. It'll be a nice vacation.
Walt, I can't afford a nice vacation. While I'm down there over the weekend, I might miss a client. I'll get somebody else.
Rick.
Well?
Remember last year when we decided to give all the private detectives an examination to find out whether or not they were still qualified to operate?
Sure, why?
Well, I just heard the commission may call another examination this year.
So what's this got to do with me going to North Carolina?
Well, last year, remember, I didn't exactly help you. Just a cough here and there when I saw you were writing the wrong answer.
Go on.
I was just thinking. Maybe this year I won't have a cold.
Oh, now, Walt.
Rick, this trip to North Carolina means a lot to me. All kidding aside, it's a big honor. Now, be a pal and go along.
Well, Walt...
Ah, that's a boy. I'll have the ticket clerk line up 2 tickets.
All right, Walt, I'll agree on one condition.
Shoot.
Well, I realize you're now a man of dignity, and I know that you think things should be more formal.
Yeah?
But for Pete's sake, take that doily off the lie detector.
Oh.
That's a nice, healthy groan. What's the matter, Walt? Train rides make you ill or something?
No, but I just had a horrible thought. I was so excited about leaving, I forgot. Otis will be in charge while I'm gone.
Oh, great. This is the biggest boon to crime since Prohibition.
Don't remind me of it.
No, I'll take your mind off of it. Look at the more pleasant things in life.
Like that blonde up front?
Oh, you're catching on, Fatty. Cute, isn't she?
I guess so. Only she keeps looking around. Sort of suspicious like.
Walt, can't you take your mind off crime once in a while?
All right. I'm sorry I brought it up.
Everyone isn't criminal, you know. She's probably a co-ed on her way back to school.
That's your opinion. Me? I say she's got criminal connections.
Well, I have a buck that says you're wrong.
All right, you're on. Now, how do we find out?
Walt, you're so naive. Look, she's going to the club car. Come on.
Now, where'd she go?
Well, there she is at the end of the car. Come on.
Hey, Rick, maybe we shouldn't. She might have a boyfriend around somewhere.
Oh, it's all right, Walt. I have you to protect me. Pardon me, Miss...
Yes?
I'm Richard Diamond, and this is Walt Levinson. Walt says he'd like very much to meet you, but he's the shy type and asked me to Miles Standish for him.
Diamond.
Well, you Americans, you are certainly direct in making the acquaintance of young women. But I cannot remember anyone who has done it in so few words.
Well, we're really harmless, and we would like to buy you a drink.
Why, I think that would be very nice.
Good. Let's order before Diamond proposes for me.
Oh, the waiter seems to be busy at the other end of the car.
Well, I'll go down there and get the drinks. Excuse me.
Are you traveling far, Miss...
Crona? Isabel Crona. I'm on my way to North Carolina.
Oh, well, how nice. So are we. Do you live in New York?
No, I'm from Switzerland.
Oh, then you're a long way from home.
Yes, but I love traveling in your country. Everything is so beautiful. This is my first trip, but I hope to return.
Pleasure trip or a business?
Oh, a little of both. I'm representing my country's police department at the North Carolina Symposium. Oh, perhaps I should explain that. You see, they are holding a convention...
Never mind. We know. That's where we're headed for, too.
Well, such a coincidence. You're a police officer?
Yes, that's right. Walt's a lieutenant, and I'm in business for myself.
Well, here we are. Hope Scotch is all right.
Fine. Thank you.
Here, Diamond. Pardon my thumb.
Scotch and fingerprint ink. What a combination.
Mr. Diamond tells me that you are a policeman, Mr. Levinson.
Yes, but don't let that frighten you. It's a tough life, but off duty we're just like everyone else. But I remember...
Walt, before you start telling her all about crime, let me tell you something. She happens to be a policewoman.
What? Well, I'll be.
You certainly will.
A flatfoot in high heels.
Well, sometimes it is advantageous, Lieutenant. If I were easily recognized as a policewoman, well, my usefulness would be at an end.
Well, I wouldn't exactly say that.
Let's have another.
By the time our train reached Raleigh, North Carolina, we were old friends. From Raleigh, we took a bus to Chapel Hill, where the university was located. As we got off the bus, a short, red-faced man came up to greet us.
Hello there. Howdy. Hello, my name is Kevin, Christopher Kevin. I take it you folks are here for the Peace Officer Symposium.
That's right. I'm Levinson from New York. This is Miss Isabel Crona, and this is Richard Diamond.
Yeah, I'm very glad to. How are you? I am the chairman of the Institute. We're taking a group picture on the front steps, and I think you're about the last to arrive. We can get started with the picture now.
Ah, this is a police convention, all right. Here 2 minutes, and lawyer Phil Potts wants to mug you.
You three in the back row there. Move in closer, please.
Well, that's one suggestion I don't mind. Bother you, dear?
Well, since it's all for us, I do not think I mind.
That's it. Now, we just... Oh, my. You in the front row, you moved again. Now, you've got...
Our little friend is having a rough time.
Yes.
My goodness.
What's the matter?
That man, the photographer.
What about him?
He...
All right.
Oh, it is nothing. It just looks so familiar.
Everybody smile. Easy now. Don't strain. Don't easy. Oh, no. The third row. Will you please stand still?
The little photographer pulled out a few hairs from his head and patiently rearranged his subject. Half an hour later, he had succeeded in snapping enough pictures of the group to stand it. Mrs. Kroner promised to have dinner with us that evening. So a couple of hours later, Walt and I were walking down the hall to her room. Playing like gentlemen, we knocked on a door that was half ajar. No answer. Still the gentlemen, we knocked again. This was getting monotonous, so we quit being gentlemen.
We shouldn't walk right in, Rick.
Oh, come on. Maybe she forgot. After all... Uh-oh.
What?
She didn't forget, Walt. Look.
Good Lord.
Better get on the phone and call the local peace officer. We have no jurisdiction here. Not even for murder. Walt and I stared down at Isabel Kroner's body on the floor. What had once been a pretty head was now crushed and wasn't a very pleasant sight. Walt called the local sheriff, and we waited until he arrived.
Well, you say you two found the body?
That's right, Sheriff. My name's Diamond. This is Walt Levinson. We're here for the Peace Officers Symposium.
Oh, yeah. And who was she?
Name was Kroner, Isabel. She was a policewoman from Switzerland.
Well, the coroner will be finished in a few minutes. Darndest thing I ever heard of. A policewoman gets killed right smack in the middle of a gathering of the best cops in the country.
Now, we called you right away. We figured if the news leaked out, every cop in the place would try and catch the murderer. They'd all run into each other, make a real mess.
Yeah, if we'd better keep it quiet till we can make an investigation. You all seem to know some of the facts about it. Care to give me a hand?
Sure would, Sheriff. Mr. Diamond here is a private detective, though. There's no client, Rick. Do you want to work on it?
Well, that's a nasty poke, Walt. I'm as anxious as you are to catch this girl's killer.
Good. Now, any reason you know of why anyone would want to get rid of her?
I can't think of any. She said this was her first trip to this country.
Johnson, check with the hotel manager. See if he saw anyone come in who might have entered this room. Now, let's see. Looks like she was hit with a heavy instrument.
Yeah. We noticed what might be a clue over here, Sheriff. There, on the floor.
Oh, a little vial.
We figured it might have fallen from the killer's pocket during the struggle. It's marked silver nitrate. There might be some prints on the bottle.
Well, let's hope there are. We can use a few breaks in this case.
What do you think about Simmons?
Oh, he seems like a competent sheriff.
He wants us over at his office after we have dinner.
Yeah, he's sending the vial on to the lab in Raleigh. I hope they turn up something.
What beats me is why was Isabel Kroner killed? Who did she know here?
Walt,
What's the matter, Rick?
I was just thinking. Remember when we had our picture taken earlier today?
Sure, why?
That little photographer? Isabel seemed to recognize him. She shrugged it off when I asked her about it, but she had a strange look on her face.
Yeah, you might have something there. At least there's one person who might have known her. Let's look him up and ask him a few questions.
Oh, no. On second thought, I don't think we'd better. If he did kill her and we asked questions, he might leave town. Let's just keep an eye on him till the lab has a chance to go over that vial.
Right. Here's a drugstore. We can look up his address.
Luckily, we found that the fair city of Chapel Hill had only one photographer, the little man who had snapped our picture that morning. His name was William Avery, and we jotted down his address. 10 minutes later, we were waiting outside his studio.
Can you see him through that window, Rick?
Yeah, he's putting on his hat. Move back into that doorway. He's coming out. Come on.
Let him get farther ahead. That's good. Let's go. Uh-oh, Rick. He's stopping.
Yeah. Hey, there he goes into that restaurant. Come on, let's go across the street.
Still think we ought to question him?
No, wait. If he thinks no one suspects him, he may let his guard down. Let's just wait here. We can watch him through the window.
The waitress is taking his order.
Good. Well, I'm going to take a chance. If he's ordering dinner, he'll be in there for a little while. I'm going back to his studio and look around.
Hey, now, Rick, you can't just break in there. We have no jurisdiction down here.
And someone had no jurisdiction to kill Isabel Kroner. I'm sorry, Walt. There might be something in that studio to pin this on Avery.
Okay, you win. But I'll go back and look around. I was breaking in houses while you were still breaking in rattles.
Okay, Grandpa. Don't let anyone hear your bones creak. You find anything in the studio, Walt?
And how? Our friend Avery has a broken camera. It's been smashed.
Oh. Hey, hold it. Here he comes out of the restaurant. Oh, looks like he's heading for his studio. You say his camera was smashed?
Yeah, I found it in the closet. Didn't the coroner say Isabel had been killed with a heavy instrument?
That's right. You know, Walt, this may fit. After Avery took the picture, you recognized Isabel. Then still with his camera, you went to see her. They fought, and he bashed her with it.
I'll buy that.
Well, maybe we're just grabbing at straws. We still need something concrete to tie Avery in with that murder. Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
Look up ahead there. He's got an apple. Look at the way he's eating it.
Well, what about it?
Well, he's only biting it on the right side of his mouth.
So what?
I have a hunch, that's all.
Well, if it's about that apple, forget it. He just threw it away.
Yeah?
Well, what's all this about, anyway?
Let him go on, Walt. We'll know where to find him. And besides, I want this apple.
Holy cow, what are you doing in the gutter? If you're that hungry, I'll buy you a whole apple.
No, thanks. Come here, Walt. Look at this apple.
Hmm?
The teeth marks show it's only been chewed on one side of the mouth. Now, maybe that's just habit. I don't know. Or maybe Avery has bad teeth.
So no matter what it is, how does it help us?
I think it may help a lot. Let's get back to the sheriff.
Well, it's about time you fellas got here. Thought you were coming over right after dinner.
We're sorry, Sheriff, but we followed a hunch. You know a photographer here in town named Avery?
Bill Avery? Why, sure. He's the best photographer in town. Came down about a year ago. Why?
We think he killed Isabel Kroner.
Well, now, what makes you think a thing like that?
Well, so far it's nothing concrete, but Isabel seemed to recognize him today.
Yeah, so we followed him. And later I found a broken camera in his studio. We think it's the death weapon.
Well, now, a broken camera is hardly enough to convict a man.
Oh, we know that, Sheriff, but there's something else. You remember that vial of silver nitrate we found by Isabel's body?
Sure. What about it?
Well, some dentist prescribed silver nitrate for use on the gums in case of infected teeth. Now, look at this apple Avery was chewing. The teeth marks show it's been eaten only with the right half of the jaw.
So?
So that could indicate Avery has had bad teeth and may have been using silver nitrate on his gums.
Now, that's downright clever. Of course, it still don't prove nothing.
Well, it might, though. Send this apple on to the lab. If they find traces of silver nitrate on it, it will at least indicate Avery was in Isabel's room.
Yeah, and I've been thinking. It might just be a wild guess, but if the girl recognized Avery, he probably recognized her. He might be a big European criminal. He was afraid she'd turn him in, so he killed her.
Now, you may have something there, Walt. A transatlantic call to the Swiss Detective Bureau might clear up his real identity.
Now, boys, before you go running up my phone bill, let's just take it nice and easy like. This broken camera, silver nitrate apple, and motive. It's all mighty interesting. But I don't think we'd better waste time sending this apple to the lab. Doubt if they'd find anything on it.
Well, you'll at least check it, won't you?
No. Like I say, all these things are real interesting. But there's just one thing stands in the way of me trying to arrest Avery.
What are you getting at, Sheriff?
Well, while you boys were out playing cops and robbers, I caught the murderer.
What?
Yep, nothing fancy. Just thorough, routine investigation. I sent a man to check the hotel manager. He hadn't seen anyone, but he said the maid was due to clean that room about the time of the murder. We questioned her. She got nervous and broke down. Confessed she killed Kroner.
But why?
Lieutenant, what's the reason for most of the killings in your state every year? What's the motive?
Well, robbery's mostly the motive.
That's right. And it's the same down here. The maid told her she was going through Kroner's purse when Kroner came in and caught her. She got frightened, picked up a vacuum sweeper attachment, and hit her with it. You know how berserk a petty thief can get when they're afraid they'll be caught.
Yeah, but the silver nitrate in the apple.
Well, the apple's coincidence. The silver nitrate belonged to Kroner. She, too, had bad teeth.
Well, I'll be...
Move over, Walt. That makes two of us.
Yes, sir. When I heard all you fellas were having a big convention down here, I said to my deputy, Pete, I said, we're going to see ourselves some fancy investigating if anything should happen while those fellas are here. Only I'm sure sorry you went to all that trouble for nothing.
Rick, don't speak to me. I'm still brooding.
Well, at least we got through the speeches.
Yep.
Would have been a swell trip if it wasn't for that hunch of yours.
Oh, now that's it. Blame it all on me.
Apples and silver nitrate.
And what about you? Broken camera and that motive. Big European criminal.
All right. Sort of funny, though. That poor little photographer.
Yeah. We were all set to send him to the chair. Walt.
Huh?
Maybe we shouldn't say anything about this when we get back.
I was thinking the same thing. If Otis ever hears about it, we'll be disgraced for life.
Yeah. Let's just forget it and look at the more pleasant things in life.
Yeah. Like that little redhead up front?
Mm-hmm. I was just kind of, Uh-oh. I have a feeling we've been through all this before.
You're right.
Well, shall we have a game of cards, Walt?
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. This is Bill Foreman speaking. Richard Diamond, Private Detective is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
What time is it? It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure. Chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malney. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, stop that racket. Where have you been all afternoon?
Where have you been all afternoon?
Yeah.
I took a tour of the movie stars' homes. I passed Gregory Peck's house and said, gee, I'd like to have his Cadillac. Then I passed Clark Cable's house and I said, gee, I'd like to have his yacht. Then I passed Harry James' house and I said...
Yes?
What would I do with his trumpet? You know, I shouldn't be kidding, Abbott. I mean, after all, I got a threatening letter today. Somebody wants to kill me. That's why I got this.
How many people listen to you every week, Costello?
Well, let me see. You only get about 12 million.
That's amazing.
Then I got... Oh, you mean that I got so many listeners?
No, now that you only got one threatening letter.
Show me where it says that in the script. Show me where it says that in the script. Well, never mind. What are you going to do about the letter? Oh, that's your line. Shoot him.
Never mind. What are you going to do about the letter?
That's where I heard it.
Yeah, that's right. Well, what are you going to do about the letter, Lou?
Well, the person that sent me that letter, he may be in the audience tonight. I'm going to search everybody out there. I'm going to start with that blonde in the front row.
No, don't be silly, Costello. A beautiful girl like that wouldn't be carrying a gun.
You look for what you like, and I'll look for what I like.
You aren't so ignorant and stupid you wouldn't pay any attention to the letter.
Who's stupid and ignorant? I was very smart in school. When a teacher asked a question, I was always the first one to raise my hand.
You are?
And sometimes it was to answer the question.
Hey, wait a minute, boys. Here's a serious-looking fella trying to get a word in edgewise. Let's see what he has to say. Stop that yelling. Come over here. What have you been doing in that telephone booth all afternoon?
Well, I'm giving a big party tomorrow night. It's New Year's Eve, you know. And I've just got to get Earl Flynn and Hetty Lamar as my guest of honor.
Why do you have to have Earl Flynn and Hetty Lamar?
Well, you see, Abbott, this year New Year's Eve comes on Friday night. Friday night. And I can't serve any meat. So I thought it would be kind of nice to have Flynn and Hetty.
Well, never mind that. Is your brother Pat going to have a nice New Year's this year?
Oh, yes.
You know, this is the first year since he's been out of the Navy, Lou.
Yes, he's very happy about it. The Veterans Committee got him an apartment for $250 a month.
Does he like Does he like it?
Yes, him and his wife and his baby and his father-in-law and his mother-in-law are all living there in one room.
Well, isn't it kind of crowded?
Only at night when the landlord backs his car in.
You mean that Pat is living in a garage and paying $250 a month? That's ridiculous. I bet I could rent that same garage for $50 a month.
Yeah, but you ain't a veteran.
You can say that again.
Why should I say that again? It didn't get a laugh the first time.
Costello, I don't know why I even talked to you. Why don't you pack up your things and go where all other morons go?
That's silly, Abbott. What would I do in Washington?
Well, never mind that. I want you to remember that 1949 is only a couple of days off.
And I hope that next year you'll settle down and get married.
What for?
You should get married. Don't you miss being married? Don't you miss having a little woman around the house?
No. I hang wet nylons in the bathroom. I scatter bobby pins all over the floor. I smear all my towels with lipstick. And you'll be surprised how I don't notice there isn't a woman around.
Well, if you come to my house tomorrow night, I'm having quite a party, and I'll introduce you to some nice girls.
Well, I can't, Abbott. You see, we're having a party at my Uncle Mike's house, and I can't wait to play that new game he invented. This game will take the place of jigsaw puzzles.
How do you play it?
Well, you open up a can of crushed pineapple and try to put the pieces together.
But are you going to play in the other game?
Oh, sure. We play the regular game we play at our house every New Year's Eve. It's called Scotch Punch.
How do you play? How do you play that?
I punch the first guy that touches the scotch.
Will your Uncle Mike be at the party?
I don't think so, Abbott. He's in jail for reckless driving. You know, the sheriff won't let him out.
He won't?
No.
Well, if the sheriff won't let him out, you know the mayor, DeVita. You know him,
Mayor DeVita?
Yeah.
Oh, sure I know.
Well, why don't you call him? Maybe he could swing it. You must know somebody that can swing it.
I think I'll call Carmen Miranda.
Carmen Miranda? She don't even know the sheriff.
I know, but, brother, can she swing it?
Oh, Mr. Costello, you've got to help me.
What's the matter, young man?
Well, my wife wants to send me to a sanitarium.
Why?
Because I like French fried potatoes.
What's wrong with that, young man? I love French fried potatoes myself.
You do, Mr. Costello?
Certainly.
Then you must come over to my house. I've got trunks and trunks just full of French fried potatoes.
You know, Abbott, he looks familiar to me. I think I saw him at the $2 win at the Bank of America.
Wait a minute. I've heard of a paying window, a receiving window, and a loan window, but since when have they got a $2 window at the Bank of America?
Ever since the president went out to Santa Anita, saw the business are doing with theirs. You ought to go out to the racetrack, Abbott. It runs like a machine.
A machine?
Yeah, vacuum cleaner. The only place in the world where the windows clean the people.
I hope you'll pardon the intrusion, boys, but you remember me. I was candidate for representative from your district.
Oh, politician Harry Brown.
Yes, gentlemen, yes. The same Harry Brown that promised to clean up the city, close up all the pool halls, bring back prohibition, and finish the Hollywood freeway.
Mr. Brown, what are you doing now?
Nothing. I was elected.
By the way, Costello, I want to thank you for inviting my wife and sister, Babe, to the Rose Bowl with you next New Year's Day. But I still can't understand why you invited her.
Very simple, Abbott. Both your wife and your sister, Babe, have peroxide blonde hair.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, they're all out of tickets, and I figured I'd better bring my own bleachers.
Well, good evening, boys.
Well, look, Costello, it's our secretary, Viola Vance.
Well, ha-ha! Viola Vance, you give me the wrong place, kid.
Costello, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Viola has only been in California a short time, and you should try to make her feel at home. Say something nice to her.
All right, Viola, old girl, it's been frightfully nice seeing you again. Frightfully nice.
Oh, thank you, and it's been frightful seeing you again.
Quiet, Costello. Let me handle it. Viola, you look très charmante tonight.
Oui, oui, and ooh la la.
Do you speak French?
Oh, I get around. Listen to this. Chevrolet Coupe, Griffith Park.
Costello. That wouldn't get you very far in France.
Yeah, I do pretty good in Glendale, though.
Pay no attention to him, Viola. How would you like to come over to my house New Year's Eve for a little late supper?
Is it going to be a buffet?
Is it going to be what?
Buffet.
Abbott, don't be a dope. You know what buffet is? That's French for let's go to the table and slug it all among ourselves.
On second thought, Costello, I don't think I want you at my house on New Year's Eve. Your table manners are atrocious.
Oh, Mr. Abbott, let him come over to our house. Costello, you just watch me. I have perfect table manners.
Well, is that so? Well, there's one thing I've been meaning to ask you. Every time you drink coffee, you always stick your finger straight out. What's that for?
Well, that's where you hang the wet donuts.
Viola, that was very, very funny, and all I can say to you is what the skunk would say to his brother.
What did the skunk?
I still would like to know what page you're on.
What did the skunk say to his brother?
I beg your pardon?
What did the skunk say?
All right, folks, we all go back to page 16.
What did the skunk say to his brother?
Got your teeth back in, eh?
Answer the question, yes or no.
I'll just have it just once more.
What did the skunk say to his brother?
You do, too.
You do...
Don't get mad, Costello.
Well, get mad. I'm happy. Continue.
This is the end of the new year and New Year's Eve.
The end of the old year, dear.
Could have been the end of the script.
What did you say, honey?
This is the end of the old year and New Year's Eve. Now I'm going to give you the hottest, burning, sizzlingest kiss you've ever had.
You are?
Yes.
Attention, New York and Chicago. Stay tuned in. This may be just what you need to melt the snow off your streets.
Costello, I've come to the conclusion that you are the most unintelligent, ignorant, stupid nincompoop in the state of California.
Well, a fella's got to make good at something. I still like that skunk-a-hunka line of yours.
Viola, we're starting a new year in a few days, and I'd like you to stay with us as our secretary. You like the job, don't you?
Well, Mr. Abbott, I don't really know. You see, I was a secretary for an insurance man, then I worked in a bank. But my mother is a little skeptical about my working for Hollywood actors.
Viola, has your mother been telling you that old stuff about how actors are all wolves? That they do nothing but chase girls and go to parties, and that they're all up all night whooping and hollering, and that no self-respecting girl should associate with them?
Well, yes, she has.
Well, do you want to know something?
What?
She's so right.
I hate to break it up, man, but it's time to change the subject for just about 60 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, all over the world, let's end this year on a good note. Here's Howell Winter singing with Matty Malnick's orchestra a very beautiful ballad entitled
Dancing in the dark till the tune ends. We're dancing in the dark and it soon ends. We're waltzing in the wonder of why we're here. Time hurries by, we're here and gone, looking for the light and we can face the music together, dancing in the dark. What though love is old, what though song is old, through them we can be young. Hear this heart of mine, make yours part of mine, dear one. Tell me that we're one. Till the tune ends, we're dancing in the dark. I have you, love, and we can face the music together, dancing in the
Come over here. What are you writing in that little book?
I beg your pardon?
What are you writing in that little book?
What are you perspiring for?
I'm asking you, Costello, here. What are you writing in that little book?
I got 4 New Year's resolutions written in here, Abbott. For 1949, here's what I'm going to do. Resolution number 1, I resolve to improve my handwriting.
Now, that's good. What is number 2?
How do you like that? I can't read it.
Well, skip it. What's number 3?
Love thy neighbor.
And number 4?
Move next door to Hedy Lamarr.
Why don't you make up a sensible list of resolutions?
Well, I'm only kidding, but I got a sensible list. Listen to this. Number 1, give up going to nightclubs. Number 2, give up going with girls. Number 3, give up resolutions number 1 and number 2.
Talk, Sam, please.
I like the one about love thy neighbor.
Yeah. But where are you going to spend New Year's Eve, Lou?
Well, I could go to Ava Gardner's party. There's only one thing that's stopping me.
What's that?
She didn't invite me.
That shows you how popular you are with the girls.
Personally, I don't care about girls.
You don't, huh?
Just so I'm popular with my Sam Shovel detective fans. The listeners love me, Abbott. Just listen to this note I got today. Dear Lou Costello, a Sam Shovel private detective, you are wonderful. You kill me. If you ain't the funniest guy on the radio, I'm a monkey's uncle. I'm coming to the studio tonight.
Mr. Costello, there's someone here to see you.
Show the man in.
It's no man, just a monkey with his uncle.
Well, never mind him, Costello. What is your Sam Shovel detective mystery about tonight?
It's one of my greatest cases, Abbott. I call it the murder at the radio quiz show, or I've got a body in a balcony, Doctor.
Oh, that sounds like a dandy. Let's do it.
Right. We'll do it. Yes, I'm Sam Shovel. Sam Shovel, private detective. I'll take any kind of a case. If you need a detective to shadow somebody, call me. If you need evidence for a divorce, call me. If you need a detective with courage and fortitude, call me. If your life is threatened by a mob of desperate armed criminals and you need somebody to shoot it out with them, there's plenty of other detectives you can call. As I sit here at my desk, I decide to read. I pick up my newspaper. It's the Herald Express. I see an ad for California grapefruit. You can always tell it genuine California grapefruit. If it don't squirt juice, it squirts fog. While reading, I decide to smoke. I reach for my old Indian peace pipe. It's a genuine old Indian peace pipe. Instead of tobacco, it's filled with pieces of old Indians. I glance out the window at the beautiful secretary across the hall. She's wearing a new mean coat she got for Christmas. She got that mean coat the hard way. The hard way. She bought it herself. I hear a strange sound coming from the dentist's office next door.
Molars, right face, bicuspid, squad's left.
He's drilling somebody's teeth. My ceiling just cracked. Piece of plaster fell on my desk. There's something written on the plaster. It's as wide as a chicken crossed the street. It's corn plaster. My ceiling is full of old cracks. So are my writers. On my wall, I notice a picture of Trigger Finger Tessie. What a girl. She shot from the hip and she could hit anything. Then one day she bought a gun. But she threw it away. She found out she could hit more people with a hip. Tessie was a gun moll. Every time she started to pull a job, I cooked her goose. In Cleveland, I cooked her goose. In Boston, I cooked her goose. In Albany, I cooked her goose. And one day she asked me to marry her. She said, Sam, nobody can cook a goose like you. I gave her a job as my secretary, but she never could get any work done. In the office, she was a bottleneck. Every time I opened a bottle, she'd want a neck. Well, here I am all alone, and it's New Year's Eve. I look out at the window at the crowds in the street. What a racket. Everybody's celebrating. Half the men have noisemakers. The other half left their wives home. In the crowd, I see my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad. Abbott is a shrewd cop, but he's very tight with money. He gave his wife a bottle of perfume for Christmas. The perfume was so cheap that when she put on her fur coat, 2 moths flew out, holding her nose. Lieutenant Abbott is a drinking man. And how? He loves beer. But in 1949, he's going on the wagon. Not because he wants to quit drinking, but he figures if he goes on the wagon, he'll have to be that much closer to the beer. Suddenly, my office door opened.
Hello, Sam Shovel. Happy New Year. Where have you been? I haven't seen you all week.
I've been helping out with the Christmas rush at Nancy's department store. They fired me. I made a mistake. I took a sign-off address and put it on a bathtub.
What did the sign say?
How would you like to see your girl in this for $1.98?
Never mind that, Sam. Are you coming to my house to play poker?
None of your wife is going to play.
What's the matter with my wife? She's a great poker player. My wife has a real poker face.
Every time I see her, I want a poker face.
What a New Year's Eve. The police department is going nuts with the traffic problem. I wonder how Officer McShane is doing on Hollywood and Vine.
Officer McShane is now at Sunset and Figueroa.
Who moved him away down there?
Brand new red Hudson going 90 miles an hour.
Forget about that. Are you going to a nightclub to celebrate New Year's Eve?
Not me, Lieutenant Abbott. It's too expensive. I went to a Hollywood nightclub Saturday night. Ringside tables were $50. The last row was $25. Cost $5 way back at the bar. I paid 50 cents.
Could you see the show?
Yes, I did. But it was very annoying. All night long, some guy kept brushing me off with a whisk broom.
Look, why didn't you come to my house tonight, Sam? It'll be a swell party. Bring that cute little redhead you met yesterday.
I had her out last night. We went to Griffith Park and sat on a bench. Every time I kissed her, she pulled her hair out of her head.
Well, bring her to the party.
Lieutenant, how would it look for me to walk into your house with a bald-headed girl? I know who I'll bring. Gertie. Gertie, she's a swell at a party. She's a scream.
Does she play piano?
No.
Does she sing?
No.
What does she do?
She screams.
Where's Sam Shovel? Where's Sam Shovel, the great detective? I gotta see Sam Shovel.
Oh, please, calm down, sir. What's the matter?
Please.
There's something on your mind?
There must be something on his mind. There's nothing on his head.
Stop joking, Sam Shovel. You gotta help me, please. There's something the matter with my wife. She's asleep. I can't wake her up. Sam, I can't wake up my wife.
Have you tried shaking her?
Shaking her? I've been doing better than that. For the past 2 hours, I've been hitting her on the head with a hammer.
Sam, it's New Year's Eve. Forget you're a detective. Let's go to my house for a New Year's party. enjoying the party?
Fine.
Attention, everybody. We're going to play games. Now, everybody's got to get up and do something to entertain.
Hey, let Sam Shovel get up first.
Hey, Sam Shovel, come on. Come on, friends and countrymen and other stuff that goes with it. I'll do the best I can to entertain you. But remember, I'm just a private detective. I'm not an entertainer.
You can say that again.
Who's that, Lieutenant?
The president of ABC. I had to invite him.
As I said before, friends, I'll do my best to entertain you. How would you like to see some of my famous magic tricks? Okay,
Sam.
Okay, now, Lieutenant Abbott, may I borrow your handkerchief? Thank you. Now, Mr. President of ABC, may I borrow your watch?
Okay, here. But be careful with it. My wife gave it to me for Christmas.
Good. Now watch me carefully. First, I wrap the watch in the handkerchief. I tie 4 knots in the handkerchief. Now I place it on the floor and jump up and down on it like this.
Hey, what kind of a trick is that? You busted my watch to pieces.
Yes, but I want you to notice. There's not one wrinkle in the handkerchief.
Get him out of here!
Will have the last word as usual. But before they go, we'd like you to ponder this.
The next show we do will be next year.
Yes, folks, and I'd like to wish all of our listeners health, wealth, and prosperity in 1949.
And that goes for all the folks that work for us. Matty Malnick and his fine crew of musicians, and our vocalist, Hal Winters.
And don't forget Viola Vaughn and our writing staff, which is headed by Eddie Foreman with Paul Conlon, Pat Costello, Martin Ragaway, and Len Stern.
And our producer, Charles Vanda. Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody, and Happy New Year to everybody in Patterson, New Jersey, and all over the world. Happy New Year, Mother, and everybody.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.